Okay, good morning, everybody, and welcome. My name is Carl Jacobs with the Recreation and Conservation Office. This is day 4 of project evaluations for our local parks category in WWRP, the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program. We have a full day of projects to evaluate, and our volunteer panel of advisory committee members are here. We very much appreciate their time. And we are going to get started. Our first presenter is here and ready to go. Let's see, Donnell, good morning and welcome.
Thank you, good morning.
From Mount Lake Terrace. Let me share my screen now that we have the live stream going. There we go. Okay. Can you see that okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. I am going to pass you controls. There you are. Okay, go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to activate that and advance your slides. Oh, I'm sorry. I
was going to say this isn't my
been a
presentation.
long week. I need to launch your presentation first. Say okay to that. Okay. All right, now try clicking on the screen. You should be able to take that and then go back, forward and back. Perfect. Apologies. There we go. Awesome. Okay. Well, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Okay. Hello, I'm Donnell Diao from the City of Mount Lake Terrace. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Veterans Memorial Park Revitalization Project. Mount Lake Terrace is located in southern Snohomish County and is bordered by 5 different cities: Linwood, Briar, Edmonds, Shoreline, and Lake Forest Park. The project site is located at Veterans Memorial Park, just east of Interstate 5, in the heart of the city's redeveloping town center. Known for its trees, Veterans Memorial Park is 8.3 acres of second growth forest. The renovation project serves the community members within a half-mile walking distance of the park, along with commuters arriving from the adjacent Mount Lake Terrace Transit Center and Sound Transit Light Rail Station. This park will redevelop park amenities in the southeast corner. Park renovations include replacement of the existing gazebo and 19-year-old playground, installation of a new restroom facility, and a small seating plaza. Additionally, this project will make minor adjustments to the trail loop to improve accessibility and use while also intentionally preserving the surrounding natural habitat. Now to identify the need and local priorities. Planning for this project has been in the works for years. Through numerous interactions with local residents, stakeholders, and committees, project park priorities were identified. Veterans Memorial Park is one of 5 neighborhood parks within the city of Mount Lake Terrace. Each of these parks varies in size and amenities. Walk sheds were developed at quarter-mile and half-mile traveling distances to define service areas and assist with conducting gap analysis. Currently, the park is used as a neighborhood park for the surrounding single-family and senior living areas. The existing playground and walking loop are frequently utilized by locals. Given the location and proximity to the transit center, light rail, and redeveloping town center, this park has the potential to be a highly used space due to its valuable wooded landscape and assorted park amenities. Various planning documents, such as the Recreation, Parks, and Open Space Plan, City Comprehensive Plan, and others noted here, identify the need for green, open, and recreational spaces. Over the next 20 years, Mount Lake Terrace is preparing for growth of an additional 10,900 residents and a need for 11,148 jobs and 16,816 housing units. The majority of this growth will occur in the city's town center, which encompasses Veterans Memorial Park. Written here is one of the many overarching goals identified in the Recreation Parks Open Space Plan. In alignment with the RPOS goals, this project will result in the removal of barriers, increased access for our nearby senior community members, and improve amenities supporting health and wellness and create gathering spaces to build and strengthen community. The scope of work for this project was developed from community input during the creation of the Veterans Memorial Park Master Plan and RPOS update. This is the conceptual plan for the entire park. The work was divided into two phases. The first phase is a fully funded $4.5 million project to construct paved and illuminated pathways through the lower region of the park. The second phase, highlighted in red, focuses on the developed area and amenities of the upper lawn. Most of the existing infrastructure is approaching or beyond 20 years of age and in need of replacement. The existing playground equipment was installed in 2005. This equipment is weathered, outdated, and doesn't fit the current needs of the community. The gazebo is also in need of replacement due to its age conditions. Another feature in need of repair is the walking loop. As seen in these images, the existing walking loop is narrow, bumpy, with fractures and uneven terrain. Existing conditions illustrate the need for increased accessibility and new infrastructure. Additionally, restrooms are planned for installation as there is a lack of public restrooms within the city. Addressing these issues through design, our team thoughtfully approached 9 major components of our revitalization project. Since the fall of 2023, the design has progressed to a 60% level. To improve accessibility, the walking loop will be widened and grades adjusted. Pedestrian lighting will be installed along the loop for increased safety during low-lit hours. This will be especially important to the 130 senior community members across the street. Lighting will be programmed to support both pedestrian use and wildlife habitat. The design includes a nature-themed accessible playground with glass fiber reinforced concrete pieces to mimic natural wood structures and rockeries. The use of GFRC reduces maintenance of natural materials and is a stronger product against certain forms of vandalism, such as carving. Restrooms were a top priority based on public survey and comment. The depicted restroom is a prefabricated structure that will be situated just north of the playground with pathways providing access from all directions. Getting a closer look at the layout, the restroom facility consists of 2 family-style restrooms designed for all abilities. The facility will also have a bottle filler and water fountain station on the exterior of the building. A new plaza with a seating wall is designed to provide a gathering space for community members to enjoy park views and local scenery. This slide shows the schematic design of a picnic shelter that will replace the existing gazebo. The shed roof design is consistent with the roof style of the restroom facility. This shelter will accommodate 2 picnic tables for covered gathering space and have access from the walking loop. Not easily seen from the street, the large open grass lawn on the interior of the park is an ideal gathering space to enjoy forested scenery in what will eventually be a redeveloped high-density area. People will seek this opportunity to connect with the natural environment and green space. No major work is currently proposed on the open lawn. Developing cost estimates is challenging in this climate and construction market. Our design team spoke with vendors, analyzed comparable construction projects, and applied inflation. The cost estimate you see here on the right is the RCO format that was uploaded in Prism. The budget on the left shows additional project costs for design, environmental review, and permits. The project schedule is based on the anticipated grant agreement execution occurring in August of 2025. If funded, construction would be scheduled for summer of 2027 after final design and permitting is complete. Next, we'll discuss project engagement. This project has been in development for years and discussed at several city council, board and commission, and user group meetings. Multiple methods of outreach were used, including in-person and online surveys, open house and stakeholder meetings, both in-person and virtual. Stakeholder groups with neighboring residents and senior community members helped shape the plan. There is strong public support for park and facility improvements within the city. The city uses a variety of marketing tools such as social media, website notices, project web pages, and physical flyers to advertise meetings and opportunities for public feedback. We received input from over 1,000 respondents during the planning process for the park system. These results were tracked, analyzed, and formatted in a manner to allow for future project development. From the survey responses submitted, there is a need for more restrooms, as well as newer equipment and facilities. Highlighted in the chart to the right are the elements this project will address. Longstanding partnerships with local Boy and Girl Scouts, the Ivy League, and Neighborhood Park Improvement Subcommittee have served this park well with active participation in keeping the habitat and park space healthy and clean. The local NPIS members monitor park conditions and inform the Recreation and Parks Advisory Committee of any special interests or matters of concern. Ecological sustainability was supported through preservation of forested conditions and stormwater management. Only 2 trees are slated for removal due to impacts associated with the project. During the next phase of design, mitigation for these removed trees will be established. Additionally, any amount of runoff from hard surfaces will be infiltrated and remain on site to support the natural environment. From a social and economic perspective, the location of this project is key. The surrounding town center is currently experiencing heavy development as incoming light rail becomes operational later this month. Reconstructing this park to address barriers and create connectivity with the surrounding development will make this park a desirable destination. The renovations identified in the project are expected to support the additional need for open space and recreation facilities in the redeveloping town center. The city is choosing to install prefabricated buildings to conserve energy and minimize material waste. Project materials such as glass fiber reinforced concrete were selected to be aesthetically pleasing and reduce maintenance costs. The scope and scale of the project was evaluated to avoid major increases to maintenance and activities and costs. Phasing the development of the park master plan has led to significant cost savings. The city was able to utilize transportation funding from FHWA, PSRC, and Sound Transit to support Phase 1 trails construction. For the second phase, the city can provide project management services and other in-kind services. Volunteer work will also continue to support the park and the project. The matching funds will be a combination of park impact fees and other local appropriations. Thank you for the opportunity to present today and for considering our park project application.
Great, thank you, Donnell. Okay, questions or any clarifications needed on this project? Roxanne, go ahead.
Yeah, it looks like you plan to use engineered wood fiber under the playground, is that correct?
It is.
And can you go to slide 30, please?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I just needed a little bit more time with the reasons for not. And what is this from your pros plan that this data comes from?
Yeah, from our RPOS. Yep.
Okay. And this, because the question number 9 is specifically about this park, and this, you had a park by park assessment that was part of pros?
This park, as a part of the update to the RPOS, had a master plan that was concurrently created or developed at the same time.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Other questions on this one? Well, not seeing anything. nice job. I think it was a pretty thorough presentation, and you got the criteria aligned with how we had to reorganize that. So sorry for that last minute change, but appreciate you getting that done. All right, last call. Good. I think we're good. So thank you so much, Donnell. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
All righty. Have a great day.
You too.
All right, moving to 5, and let's see, who is Marta? Are you presenting this one?
It's me, Megan here, Carl.
Megan. Oh, hello, Megan.
Hi
Welcome.
there.
All right, there you are. Can you see your opening slide there?
I sure can.
Perfect. All right, I'll pass you control. There you are on the list. Okay, go ahead and click the screen. You should be able to activate that. Nice.
All right. I
Whenever
got
you're
it.
ready, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you so much and good morning. I appreciate you joining me to learn more about the City of Fife's Colburn Park Inclusive Playground Project. My name is Megan Jendrick, and I'm the Assistant City Manager and Parks, Recreation, and Aquatics Director for the City of Fife. Fife is seeking $500,000 in WWRP funding, which will leverage $1.45 million in federal and local cash for this project. This will meet our project goals by nearly doubling the size of Colburn Park and transforming a maintenance yard, which is currently an eyesore, into a beautiful park and add the city's first inclusive playground. Fife is located in Pierce County, directly between Tacoma and Federal Way, and has a population of just over 11,000 people. Colburn Park is located right outside of the Fife Aquatic Center, a few blocks off Interstate 5 and close to both Fife High School and elementary school. The area outlined in yellow is what Colburn Park currently looks like. We're just getting ready to start construction on this portion of the park, turning a wood chip pit with a swing set into a beautiful splash pad. The area outlined in orange is what we're seeking funding for. This is the portion of the property we recently purchased from the Fife School District and where a 9,500 square foot inclusive playground will be added, as well as a covered picnic shelter and paved parking. This map highlights the existing inclusive playgrounds in other cities within a 10-mile radius of Fife. Note that the estimated travel time can increase with evening and weekend traffic, and there aren't any inclusive playgrounds within the Fife service boundaries. This map highlights the existing multifamily developments in Fife. 7 of the apartment complexes are located within a 15-minute walk of Colburn Park, and the Port Landing apartments are about a 20-minute walk away. Though Fife as a whole has lots of parks, there are notably fewer within walking distance of this multifamily core, and Colburn is one of the few that serves those residents. In addition to the large number of apartment dwellers who utilize Colburn Park, the park also sits directly outside of the Fife Aquatic Center, which sees over 400,000 visits annually. 92% of the Aquatic Center users live outside of Fife and drive more than 30 minutes to take a 30-minute swim lesson in our facility. By adding a large inclusive playground in this area, we believe it will not only serve those living in the nearby apartments who don't have any other open space to recreate, but it will also have a regional draw serving those who drive from other cities to participate in programming. The data here on the left shows that providing additional playgrounds received 87% support from our community in our 2022 Pros Plan survey. Additionally, through the comment section in our survey, we discovered there was a very high demand for an inclusive playground, as there isn't one currently in Fife or really even within a reasonable distance. Adding an inclusive playground was called out in the 2022 Pros Plan. It's on the city's capital improvement list and was adopted by Resolution 2140 by our city council as a project that was needed here in the city. This is truly a project that our community and our city council is excited about. A few years ago, the school district decided to relocate their maintenance yard, and this portion of the property was going to be put up for sale. As soon as we heard about the property going on the market, we reached out and felt it was the perfect opportunity to nearly double the size of our existing park. This phase that we're requesting funding for takes the existing eyesore of a maintenance yard and transforms it into a vibrant and inclusive community park. As you can see from these pictures, the current site has 2 steel frame buildings, is covered in asphalt, and is essentially used for storage of school district equipment. The city has a signed purchase and sale agreement in place, and we take possession of this land on September 1st of this year. This project will bring an inclusive playground to Fife, creating a space where children and families of all abilities will be able to recreate. We've had a number of organizations reach out and voice their support for this project and overall appreciation for working towards creating a space that's so welcoming and inclusive. As you can see from this photo, the area outlined in yellow is already designated as Colburn Park. The area outlined in orange is the parcel of land being purchased from the school district and added onto the park. And the area just to the left of the orange, which is the entrance to the parking lot, is land already owned by the city, but not yet designated as parkland. The bottom half of this outlined area would be added onto the park, nearly doubling its size. At this point, a cultural resource survey has already been conducted, as well as a level 1 environmental assessment on the land with no adverse findings. We've also hired a design team to get 60% design plans and have all of our permits in place by the end of this year. In addition to parking that will be added, we also have parking nearby at the Aquatic Center and Community Center. The high school located next door also has parking spots available that can be utilized on nights and weekends and all throughout the summer. In terms of inclusivity, this design is absolutely packed with components of accessibility. Ramps create a truly inclusive pathway to all of the components. Ramp walls have interactive elements for sensory, visual, and auditory exploration. Balcony decks have been added, which allow for access to the panel activities mounted to be accessible for someone using a wheelchair or mobility device, and all decks provide the ability to rest between ramps. Instruments are also part of the plan, as inclusion of a sensory element for literally people of all ages and abilities to express themselves, even if they're nonverbal or visually impaired. Additionally, the surfacing for the entire 9,500 square foot playground is poured in place, which allows for ease of access via wheelchair or other mobility device. And all of the elements of the playground have strapping components for mobility devices as well. This slide provides a conceptual aerial view of the playground and the shelter area. In addition to the inclusive playground, all pathways and entry points are ADA compliant, as are the additional amenities in the park, such as the benches and picnic tables. This project also adds 14 additional parking spots, including ADA spots, and paves the currently gravel parking lot. The color scheme for the project matches that of the neighboring splash pad and the aquatic center. These photos provide a zoomed in visual of the disc swing and the play traverse. Selection of the disc swing instead of traditional swings creates a collaborative play experience between kids who may need muscular support and kids of typical abilities. Also, children of different ages can play together. The disc traverse on the right is easy to execute, and it has a large stable base and handholds to practice balance with support. This is connected to a ring traverse to allow scaffolding of skills from an easier element to a more challenging one. Here we provide a breakdown of all of the budget-related items associated with this project, and it was put together with collaboration from All Play Playground Systems, our Public Works Director, and City Engineer. A design firm was also hired in June of this year, and our plan is set to be at 60% design plans by the end of this year. We'll work towards 90% and bid-ready documents in 2025 and start construction in 2026. Through the public engagement process, we hosted a public survey to see what types of playground equipment the community wanted to see. We received 439 responses, both online and through an informational booth we hosted at a community festival. This survey was also posted at our aquatic center to generate public feedback and presented to our senior activity groups. For a city of 11,000 people, we saw a higher percentage of participation in this engagement process than we saw in the last election. The design elements that you're seeing in the presentation received the most votes through this public engagement process through the feedback that we received. We also received 42 letters of support, with 30% coming from diverse populations. We received letters of support from the Puyallup Tribe of Indians, who wholeheartedly and enthusiastically voiced their support for this project. Also from the Fife School District, the Pierce County Library, Travel Tacoma, the Chamber of Commerce, and many, many Fife residents. We absolutely love community partnerships and regularly engage with these organizations, as well as many others, through our community events and volunteer opportunities. Every citizen and organization that we've heard from is excited to see an amenity like this come to Fife. We've also launched a bench donation program to better engage with the business community. Right now, more than half the park benches have been donated, which further shows the enthusiasm and willingness of local organizations to be involved and bring the first inclusive playground to Fife. When it comes to the ecological and social side of things, this project transforms a maintenance yard into a beautiful park. The landscaping plan utilizes native species. We're increasing the tree canopy by adding an estimated 25 trees, which will sequester about 2,400 pounds of CO2 annually. And the addition of trees and plants also improves drainage in the area. On the social side of things, the project encourages social interaction, empathy, and friendship among children of different abilities. The park will serve as a community hub, bringing people together and fostering a sense of belonging. It also provides cognitive and emotional benefits, such as enhanced problem solving and self-esteem. The playground and picnic shelter also qualify for LEED credit points because they're coming from a factory within 500 miles of this park, and the existing steel frame building will be recycled. When it comes to the economic factors, the Aquatic Center sees 400,000 visits annually. We believe this park will encourage people to stay all day and eat in local restaurants and fill up at local gas stations. We're also using poured in place surfacing, reducing maintenance costs and increasing the overall lifespan of materials. When it comes to cost efficiencies, we're purchasing the playground, shelter equipment, and all other amenities such as benches, tables, and trash receptacles through a cooperative purchasing agreement, reducing the cost significantly compared to including these as part of the construction bid. At this point, we already have city funds committed in the amount of $285,000 to get us to 60% design plans by the end of this year, as well as lodging tax funds in the amount of $190,000 to put towards this project. We've also submitted an RCO request through the Land and Water Conservation Fund to support the project as well. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you, Megan. All right, Jill, why don't you start?
Megan, can you go to slide 14 for me, please?
Sure.
Just wanted to look at it a little bit. Thank you. And then, do you have did you provide just a simple inventory of the existing parks in this service area? Or I saw that you had a map there, but I think it just called out the schools.
Yeah, it did just call out the schools.
Okay. And is it my understanding, is it correct that this is the only inclusive park, but you have other parks in the area?
We do have other parks. The nearest one to this is about a mile away. You see Wedge Park on the map down there, and that's one that's undergoing renovations as well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Go ahead, Roxanne.
Okay, can you share a little bit about the bench program in terms of, are people sponsoring those benches, and is that going to support operations in the future? Is it a bench program for capital campaign?
Sure. Yeah, we actually just launched this about 2 weeks ago. In this particular portion of the park that we're seeking funding for, there's going to be 5 benches. Just in the last 2 weeks, we've had 3 of those benches donated. So we have letters of commitment at this point from 3 different organizations to support those benches. The benches are $1,500 a piece. And then we're looking at expanding that program to Colburn Park Phase 1 as well to support some of the benches and tables within that portion of the park.
Okay, so they're buying that furniture and you'll be installing it during the project. So the furniture itself is not part of your project.
Correct.
Right. And with your, I guess beyond the bench program in terms of partners that help you develop or operate the site, do you have any of them? And I missed somebody with an ongoing role in the current park footprint or the expanded one?
So because this is brand new property for us, we don't have any partners that have currently been helping us. But what we do is we have a couple different events each year. Parks Appreciation Day and Trails Day are some of the community events that we host, and they have been at Colburn Park Phase 1 to volunteer services out at that park. We also host city events throughout the year where we have city employees who volunteer their time and different organizations that come in and help beautify the parks. So with the expansion of Colburn Park, this portion will be added on to those same community programs.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Other questions or clarifications needed? All right, thanks, Megan. Is the Phase 1 going to construction soon, that splash pad?
Yeah, we actually just had the bid opening on Tuesday and we are moving
Nice.
forward. So we should be under construction by October of this year.
Okay, great. Good stuff. Well, thanks for joining us and presenting. Appreciate it.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate the time commitment that all of this takes. So hope the rest of the day goes great.
Yeah, thank you. See you later.
Bye.
Okay, we are moving over to the other side of the state, and it looks like Nick is here.
Come on over to the dark side, you know.
To the dark. No, it's the bright side.
It's actually super sunny today.
Oh, the bright side. Good, and not so much on our side today. It's sort of a weird August for usually. It's like our hottest month, and it's been cool. I'm not complaining. It's like
Neither are we.
refreshing.
After 105, it's been pretty nice to be in the 80s.
Oh, yeah. Okay, you can see that okay, your slide?
Yep.
Excellent. Let me find you on my list. There you go. All right, click on the screen. You should be able to take that now.
Okay.
Sweet. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
All right. Well, let me get my own little timer going here. Okay, sounds good. So hello, everybody. My name is Nick Hammond. I'm with the City of Spokane Parks and Recreation Division, and today I'm here to present the Coeur d'Alene Park Neighborhood Park Playground and Restroom Renovation Project. This project goal is to replace an aged playground, build one new public restroom facility, and decommission and preserve a historic restroom building, which you see on the right. We are requesting from RCO a grant from the WWRP local parks category in the amount of $480,000, which is approximately half of the estimated project cost. The matching funds are being appropriated through local capital dollars. The city of Spokane is located in Spokane County in eastern Washington, which is sunny today, and is this Washington's second most populous city. Coeur d'Alene Park is located in the Browns Addition neighborhood, which is just west of Spokane's downtown. The historic neighborhood was established in 1883, making it the city's oldest neighborhood. Coeur d'Alene Park is also Spokane's first park and was established in 1891. Coeur d'Alene Park is the heart of its neighborhood and is outlined in the yellow map on the screen. With 11 acres of mature tree canopy and open lawn, it serves as the backyard for many multifamily residential neighbors. The playground and restroom are in the southwest quadrant of the park, which is outlined in white. Brown's Addition is home to a relatively low-earning and socially vulnerable population. The neighborhood comprises of 86% renter households, most of whom rely on Coeur d'Alene Park as their escape for outdoor activities. Several park facilities available to these renters have aged beyond their lifespan and are in need of repair. This project benefits primarily the renters who do not have yards of their own. The park is within a 10-minute walk from anywhere in the Brown's Addition neighborhood, making its walkability a key attraction for many of the nearby renters. The existing playground was built over 30 years ago and is divided into two spaces. A small area for ages 2 to 5 includes an outdated toddler swing set, a metal teeter-totter, and some aged wooden play structures. The larger play area for ages 5 to 12 includes outdated structures, slides, and swings, one of which is missing due to damage. The existing restroom was built in 1948 and is one of Spokane Park's original restroom buildings. It was built out of hand-stacked and mortared basalt rock. And due to its age and ongoing damage and vandalism, the building today is often found out of service, making it a major constraint for park users. The existing restroom building is proposed to be permanently decommissioned, and due to its historic significance, will be preserved as a landmark to the park's legacy. Informational signage is proposed, providing people with a history of the building and of the park. As a result of the damage to the restroom, portable toilets have been placed in an old garbage enclosure at the park's south entrance. And clearly this solution is not an ideal, as the toilets are not easily visible from the park and they're open up to vehicular traffic, which creates an unsafe environment. Having permanent, safe public restrooms is especially needed for children and people with limited mobility who cannot easily run home to their own bathroom. The park's existing walkways are all compacted gravel and very narrow in width. Paving at least the primary pathways that lead to the park's main facilities would provide a safe and accessible experience for all users, including those with mobility impairments. In 2015, the Brown's Addition Neighborhood Council worked with the City of Spokane to create the Coeur d'Alene Park Master Plan. A concept plan, shown on the right, included pathway upgrades, play area replacements, and upgrading the existing restrooms. I will further describe the project's link to the master plans on the public engagement slides in a bit. In 2022, the Parks Department completed a citywide master plan that helped reinforce the most needed demands for park improvements, listing playgrounds and restrooms as the top-tier community desires. Spokane Parks also recently completed an assessment of all playgrounds citywide with a ranking system of 1 to 5, 5 being the worst. Coeur d'Alene Park Playground rated 4.2 out of 5, resulting in the need to replace the entire facility. 2 playgrounds ranked worse than this and have already been replaced. The park itself rated a 3.8 out of 5, largely due to ongoing vandalism, antiquated irrigation, and closure of the restrooms. This map shows the existing playground and restrooms in the southwest corner of the park. A splash pad and pump house are in good condition and are proposed to remain. This image also shows the mature tree canopy providing shade for many of the play areas. Free street parking is available on all 4 streets surrounding the park. In response to community need, the project proposes to design and construct over 7,000 square feet of playground area. The project will also construct a new 4-stall restroom building and preserve the historic building. A new ADA accessible paved walkway will connect park users to the new facilities and up to the pavilion, which is in the center of the park. The new play areas are separated into 3 spaces as noted on the plan. The play area will be accessed by new paved walkways. The new playgrounds are generally located in the same area as the existing ones, and this decision was intentional to protect the existing tree canopy and minimize impact by constructing in a previously disturbed area. A small play space for ages 2 to 5 is located closest to the proposed restroom. Small slides and rubberized surfacing are proposed for younger children to safely play. A themed wooden structure shown on the left here could represent a community piece within that play space. Located amongst the park's high-headed trees, a zip line or track ride is proposed. The 2015 Coeur d'Alene Park Plan identified a zip line as a desired feature from the public workshop with local children. Just kind of a fun workshop. Zip lines come in a variety of lengths and equipment, including accessible seats for folks with disabilities. The larger play space is located across the plaza from the new restrooms and in between the splash pad and the smaller play area. This location was chosen to allow children to move freely between the different spaces while providing a viewing area so mom can see every space from one central location. A key feature to the Coeur d'Alene Park are the mature pine trees that are shown on the left. A taller, more compact structure for the ages 2 to 12 area would provide a unique opportunity for children to experience the viewpoint from up in the trees. A wooden play structure would also contribute to sustainability, provide renewable, recyclable, and low carbon footprint materials. The project will include inclusive features such as a sensory panel shown on the right and a wheelchair access where it currently does not exist, such as an accessible merry-go-round on the left. Poured-in-place rubberized surfacing will be proposed in certain areas to increase overall access, comfort, and safety. The new restrooms are centrally located on the south end of the new play area, providing immediate access and visibility from the playgrounds and seating areas. The future building is proposed to have 4 stalls and be roughly 750 square feet in size. Open-air hallways help increase visibility and perceived safety, and attached canopies provide shade around the building. Spokane Parks completes one or more playground or restroom project annually, providing for accurate estimating and scoping on these types of projects. And despite replacing the playground and restroom a year or so, and the need for this work, with 84 playgrounds and about 4,000 acres to maintain, the operational funding available to city parks is limited to covering primarily our operational needs. This leaves very little funding for citywide capital improvements in needed communities such as Browns Addition. If approved, this grant, matched with city funding, would implement the Tier 1 community desires within the Coeur d'Alene Park. We expect this project to begin detailed design in spring of 2025, with construction starting in fall of 2025, depending on grant contracting and availability. The project would open to the public by fall of 2026 in any case. The 2022 citywide master plan included over 26 public engagement events, including pop-up events in parks, community focus groups, tribal consultation, and online feedback. And as indicated in previous slides in the need category, aged playgrounds and restroom replacements were identified as a top-tier community desired citywide. Also, shown in the previous needs category, the 2015 Coeur d'Alene Park Plan specifically featured multiple events, including 1 public survey, 2 workshops, 2 open houses, and over 8 meetings and site tours, which occurred between the Friends of Coeur d'Alene Park, Browns Addition Neighborhood Council, the general public, and the City of Spokane. The community directly influenced the overall CDA Park Master Plan, including a kids-only workshop that identified a preference for a zip line and modern 21st century equipment, as previously shown. The initial park plan identified restroom and playground needs actually as a little bit lower priority. However, further engagement over the following years pulled these elements up the list of priorities. The City of Spokane has been working through implementation of proposed phases outlined in this master plan. With the help of the 2022 citywide plan, identifying top-tier priorities has encouraged the city to push forward with the needed restroom and play renovations in Coeur d'Alene Park. The city partners with the Browns Addition Neighborhood Council and the Friends of Coeur d'Alene Park on event programming and regular cleanup. Both groups helped create the 2015 Park Master Plan and support this grant application. I will further describe our partners' in-kind donations and efforts under cost efficiency sections in just a second. Now, reducing the urban heat island effect is a key strategy of the city's adopted sustainability action plan. With a dense tree canopy at Coeur d'Alene Park, the new playground and restroom will be covered with adequate shade during the hottest summer days, providing a safe and enjoyable outdoor space for the many renters of Browns Addition. A new bus rapid transit stop was recently installed at the north end of the park in 2023, providing service every 15 minutes during midday hours. This service will increase sustainable access to the new park facilities for citizens of all income levels. This is also a positive example of leveraging previous governmental investment for improving critical park infrastructure. The Spokane Park Board has allocated matching funds for this project through Park Capital Improvement Funds. The park land is already owned by the city and requires no acquisition. The city is currently upgrading the manual irrigation system within the park, which will lead to less maintenance cost, water savings, and eliminate the unintended watering of play equipment. That project has an approximate $200,000 value. Lastly, the Friends of Coeur d'Alene Park program annual events such as the Farmers Market and Summer Concert Series within the park. They also provide general in-kind cleanup and garbage pickup at the park. These volunteer services have a direct value of $22,500 per year. Being the city's oldest park is a very special thing to the city of Spokane. This park is first and foremost the communal backyard for the residents that don't have backyards. Without functioning public facilities, this park lacks in providing the needs for its community. The public has provided extensive outreach and support for over a decade to renovate and improve playgrounds and restrooms in Coeur d'Alene Park. And with the help of the WWRP program, Spokane Parks can finally give this neighborhood the backyard it deserves. Thank you for your time.
Great, thanks, Nick. All right, questions from the committee or any clarifications? Silvana, go ahead.
Can you go back to the project engagement partnerships slide? I think I need a little more time. Oop, one more for it. There you go. Okay. Okay, thank you. That's all I needed.
Thanks, Genevieve. Go ahead, and then Roxanne.
Yeah, hey Nick, good job. I'm just wondering, I know that the Coeur d'Alene Park had a master plan, but it was from 2015. I'm wondering if the park system's overall master plan engaged the public specifically about Coeur d'Alene Park to just get more updated kind of current feedback on it.
Yeah, Jen, good to see you. The 2015 plan was the last time we specifically planned at Coeur d'Alene. Though when we did the citywide plan, we held workshops in that neighborhood to talk about park priorities. And that's when we learned that like playgrounds and restrooms were the highest priority for that group. Initially, on their master planning, they had some other ideas that were higher priorities to them, primarily pathways and entrances into the park. And what we heard in the recent update in 2022 was, our playground and restroom are so bad that it's really impacting our ability to use the space and do what we want. And so those are higher priorities. So what that ended up doing was bumping playground and restroom up higher on the priority list for them.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you go to slide 6? Can you tell me about the red line? I take it that's the service area, or how is that defined?
Sure. The red line is the boundary of the Browns Addition neighborhood. And so it also represents, it's not specifically the service area of the park, but it's close because it represents some of the major barriers that surround the park. On the south side, there's major arterial road. On the west, there's topographic. You're on top of a hill there, and so there's a major drop there that you're not really walking outside of that box. So that's functionally the service area for the park.
And did you tell us how many folks live in that area?
Ooh, maybe. I know I have that information in here somewhere. I got to dig it up. So let's see. Slide 8 is the demographics for that neighborhood. We don't show a total number there, so I don't have that offhand. It is going to be a primarily renting population of a couple thousand, but I don't have the specific number for you.
Thank you.
There's your service area.
You can see how it kind of roughly overlaps that neighborhood.
Yeah, I saw that it was similar, but also different, which is why I wanted to ask about 6.
Yeah, this shows those barriers pretty well with the hillside and the river and the road there. Jill, go ahead.
Can you bring up slide 13 for me, please?
Yeah.
I see. So you're going to preserve it on site, the restroom. That is quite a structure there.
It's a super cool restroom. It's just, you know, being built over 100 years ago, or almost 100 years ago. It's not functionally laid out in the way we need it. We have a hard time maintaining the interior, but one of the things we do intend to do is put a new composite shake roof on the top, because that old, you know, standing seam metal roof isn't necessarily historic, but they're cool old buildings. We got a bunch of them around.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Will you be able to use it for storage or something, or will it just be closed up?
That's our thought, is we might use it for a little bit of functional storage and clean the exterior.
Yeah. Good. All right. Any other questions on this one? Great. Well, thank you, Nick. We have a break, but Nick is also doing the next one. Do folks just want to keep rolling and then take a break? You guys okay? Or we can take 10. What do you want to do?
I say we keep going.
I say we roll.
All right. Let's do that. Nick, you're good with that?
Whatever you guys want.
Excellent. Okay, we'll move up to Meadow Glen. There we go. And whoops. Pass control back over to you. There we go. I should be able to drive that now.
All right. I'm not sure if back-to-back helps us or hurts us, but you'll see these two things are working together. So I'm ready to go when you guys are. If you're ready, Carl, I'll roll. So again, my name's Nick. I'm with the City of Spokane Parks and Recreation Division, and now I'm here to present our second project submission. The project goal is to develop one new neighborhood park on existing city-owned land, undeveloped land within the city's most geographically underserved neighborhood. We request RCO grant funding from the WWRP local parks category in the amount of $500,000, which is approximately 9% of the estimated project cost. Additional grant funds are being requested through the LWCF program, and remaining matching funds are being appropriated through local capital dollars. The project is located in the city of Spokane, Washington State's second most populous city. At the time of the 2020 census, the Spokane's population was approximately 229,000. This project site is located in the northwest portion of the city within the North Indian Trail neighborhood. As illustrated by the yellow on this map, geographic park service within the North Indian Trail neighborhood is the worst in the city of Spokane. While 89% of city residents are within a 10-minute walk of a park, schoolyard, or public outdoor space, only 46% of North Indian Trail residents are within a 10-minute walk of a park. Of the plus or minus 3,900 households in the neighborhood, 2,088 lack walkable parking space. Zooming in on the neighborhood, you can see a lot of purple on this map. The purple indicates the area listed by the Trust for Public Land as high priority area for new parks in the brand new 2024 Park Score Index. This further illustrates the lack of developed parkland in this neighborhood. The neighborhood is currently served by one existing public park, Pacific Park. There is an existing transit route which stops near Pacific Park and at the proposed project site. From both this image and the last slide, you can clearly see a large gap in park service in the northern half of the neighborhood. The existing Pacific Park was constructed in 1991, is 5 acres in size, and includes a small playground, restroom, splash pad, and half-court basketball court. This facility has not been updated since its initial construction and is functional, but showing its age with some minor facility damage. It is not large enough or flat enough to provide sport courts, ball field space, or long walking paths, nor does it provide off-street parking or a transit stop. Now, despite the identified gap in park service and the aging park facilities, the North Indian Trail neighborhood is the most rapidly developing neighborhood within the city of Spokane. Reviewing permit data from 2019 to 2023, the citywide average increase in residences is 32 units per neighborhood per year. In the North Indian Trail, however, residences are increasing at an average of 121 units per year. That's 378% higher than the citywide average. And many of these lots are multi-family residential, primarily duplex. Spokane does not have a park dedication ordinance, nor does it charge a park impact fee for development. And as a result, new developments are not required to dedicate or construct any new park space. Here you can see one of those housing plots in 2018 sitting as undeveloped grazing land. And here is the same space in 2024, rapidly being converted into duplex housing, with more build-out occurring annually. In contrast to the adjacent private development, Meadowglen Park today remains much the same as it was in 1987 when it was acquired by the city. While the adjacent properties have developed into single-family homes and duplexes, the park does not currently provide the play and outdoor recreation desired. The proposed project site is a plus or minus 14-acre parcel of relatively flat natural land comprised of dryland grass and with a dense stand of ponderosa pine along the site's western edge. The land is bordered by a local access road to the south and a major arterial street to the west. A transit line stops at the northwest corner of the property. Just north of the proposed project site is the Meadowglen Natural Area, which is not proposed for development. This is a view of the natural area, which, oh, hold on. This is a photo of the south edge of the site looking north. And this is a view of the natural area, which connects to a larger network of popular soft surface trails. Now, while the site remains primarily in an undeveloped condition, there is an existing sidewalk along its southern edge and a bus turnaround and restroom at the northwest corner of the property. A shared use bike lane runs along the west side of the land. The project proposes developing approximately 8 acres of the 14-acre Meadowglen property to include a new parking, a drop-off area, playground, sport court, restroom building, walking paths, and street frontage while preserving the large pines that are already on site. The project design program was generated specifically using first-tier community priorities for park improvements. Those include the playground, restroom, and parking for park and trail users. This image shows the full park master plan. Now, phase 1 of that vision, which is this application, proposes to implement the highest community priorities while omitting the Great Lawn and the basketball courts, which were lower community desires. This phasing reduces the project cost to an achievable budget. Now let's review the phase 1 work specifically included in the application. First is the accessible playground. This is a view of the proposed play area looking south. It is surrounded by ADA accessible walkways and easily accessible from parking area and transit stop. Here's another view looking back north. You'll see it takes good advantage of the large existing ponderosa pine stand to shade the playground in hot afternoon hours, and it does get hot here in summer. It incorporates natural and manufactured play elements, as well as includes a less developed forest play natural area beneath the pines themselves. While this developed play area meets the conventional needs for park playgrounds, the forest play area provides a unique opportunity to connect players with Spokane's natural landscape in a fun and intuitive way. The next design element is a restroom, located near the playground, picnicking area, sport court, and parking. Sounds a little bit like Coeur d'Alene Park with playgrounds and restrooms. This view shows the restroom and its relationship to the site. It is proposed with multiple single-stall family restrooms and will be fully ADA accessible. Next is the parking area and relocated transit stop. Parking is positioned with access from the arterial street at the northwest corner of the property. It is located away from adjacent residences in response to concerns about potential noise impact, and it is near park amenities. 64 stalls are proposed, which is a greater than typical neighborhood park, greater than what a typical neighborhood park requires in the city. And this parking is planned to serve a dual purpose for both users of the developed park and those using the soft surface trails just north of the new park area. The existing transit stop obstructs the proposed parking area entrance and will be shifted slightly south. The parking area will serve as a bus turnaround. Now, next are the proposed park game areas. We received strong community feedback requesting active park attractions, which could be used by aging community members with preference for racket sports and bocce specifically. Shown here are 4 lighted, dedicated pickleball courts, though it's possible 2 of the courts could be shared use with tennis. Also pictured in the foreground is a trailhead kiosk and access pathway to the Meadowglen Natural Area, just out of the image to the left. And here are the bocce courts, which are envisioned to be synthetic turf to minimize ongoing maintenance cost. Now let's talk paths. Local Rec survey lists using walking and hiking trails as the second most popular activity residents like to do in Spokane parks. So this project proposes several looping, paved, and soft service pathways within existing natural prairie grasses. We envision paved park pathways meander through tall grasses, cross a couple of small footbridges, and connect to adjacent streets and park entries. We also envision soft surface trails beneath the ponderosa pine stand. Now, much of the western portion of the site is envisioned to keep this natural, low development character. The city has retained a professional cost estimating firm to generate project costs in tandem with the design work. The budget is turnkey and includes construction costs and soft costs. If grant funding is awarded, we expect the project to be bid ready by the end of 2025 and construction to begin sometime in 2026. After the extremely successful Riverfront Park bond implementation in Spokane's downtown, Parks recently completed a new extensive public outreach process for an updated park plan. Recognizing improved park service throughout the city, we asked the community at large to weigh in on their priorities. We connected with over 5,300 citizens through 26 plus public engagement opportunities. Engagement was conducted in 7 different languages via statistical survey, online mapping, conventional open houses, neighborhood meetings, and even pop-ups in parks. The process even won the Community Involvement Award from the Washington State chapter of the American Planning Association. The resulting plan identified investing in neighborhood parks on existing city property as the city's highest community park priority. Specifically, the community identified developing Meadow Glen Park as a first-tier system need. So pictured here is the initial park concept plan developed with the community during that overall citywide park master plot project. And since the completion of the citywide plan, Parks have held 4 public workshops, 3 additional neighborhood meetings, and an online mapping exercise to determine specific community preferences for site improvements and design in Meadow Glen Park. Through these meetings, the community shaped both the program elements within the park and the physical location of those elements, yielding the current plan on the right. We've also begun initial consultation with the Spokane Tribe of Indians. The project has received letters of support from the North Indian Trail neighborhood, the 2 city council members who represent this portion of the city, and nearby residents. While private funding has not yet been pledged for construction, it is common in Spokane for private donors to come forward to assist in funding park improvements once we have grant funding in hand. To date, project partners have excelled in soliciting public input and generating design solutions with us. In line with the city's adopted sustainability action plan, the project proposes to leave the west portion of the site under the large pine stand as thinned dryland area with limited irrigation. Project Phase 1 will also leave in place the existing prairie grasses on the eastern half of the site rather than construct a large turf lawn. This reduces projected annual water consumption for irrigation by 60% compared to a traditional park design of the same size. Additionally, the city improves this neighborhood's social sustainability by creating new social gathering infrastructure and providing easy transit access and connecting paths for users. Economically, the reduced park turf area reduces the long-term maintenance and watering of the park. The project design consultant is already contracted to maximize schedule efficiency. The land is already owned by the city, saving acquisition costs, and the existing transit stop and bike connectivity expands park service area for all citizens. Utilities are already stubbed to the site, and proposed parking provides parking for both developed park users and trail walkers in one spot. The park will also serve future homes yet to be constructed in the UGA. Furthermore, the Spokane Park Board and City Council have allocated matching funds for this project through both annual park capital funds and City Council appropriation. In the 37 years since the land for Meadow Glen Park was purchased by the city, the North Indian Trail neighborhood has grown up. In the past 6 years, that growth is exploding, and still there is no park to serve the families that call this neighborhood their home. Talking extensively with community, we clearly heard from those neighbors, invest in the neighborhood. With the help of the local parks program, Spokane Parks is finally positioned to provide the park service so greatly needed within this portion of our community. Thanks again for your time.
Great, thank you, Nick. All right, questions from the committee on this one? Silvana, go ahead, and then Jill.
Yeah, going back to the first category in need, I think I missed how this project was identified and prioritized. So I know that you talked about inventory and gaps in service and things like that, but was it in your parks plan that this was identified, or your comprehensive plan?
It is, and actually we included that language in the project engagement methods section. I think it's slide 40 and 39. or 40 and 41.
Okay.
Go one more. Yeah, so we identified this project. The community identified this as one of 3 major projects they'd like us to pursue in the citywide park master plan. So this was specifically identified during that 2022 open space project as we were kind of blending it between here and section 1.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Thanks. Go ahead, Jill.
Here, can you bring up your budget slide again? And I think I have the wrong slide noted. Okay, there we go. And is it just the one slide?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
We provide quite a lot of breakdown in the application, but I didn't want to breaking out $5.5 million is a little tricky.
No worries. And can you bring up slide 8 for me?
Sure.
Okay. I see. So the existing park, Pacific Park, is about how far away?
About 1.5 miles.
Okay. And I know that you have a description of that one. And then under your metrics for match breakdown, are you a special purpose district?
No, we're just a municipality, portion of the city of Spokane.
Okay, because you have it down as the Spokane Parks and Recreation Division is one section of the local appropriation, and then the city of Spokane is the other. So I just want to clarify.
Yeah, so we're all under the same umbrella, the city of Spokane. We're just a department or a division of the city, and we have our park board who allocated some funding, and we made a special request to our council for non-park funds that would not normally come to us for this project, and they've allocated that money as match.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much.
Yep.
Thanks. Other clarifications needed or questions on this one? Genevieve, go ahead.
While we're on this slide here, I know you mentioned potential urban growth expansion area. Is that just north of like that blue line of the neighborhood boundary we're seeing?
It is. There's actually, you can kind of see a little road just right at the top of the map there where they're already building. So there is, right up where that cursor is all considered UGA. So we expect over the next decade or so more homes to be built there, though they're building them pretty fast in the city limits that are there now.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Anything else folks need? Okay, looks like we're good. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you so much,
Appreciate it.
everybody. I appreciate your time a lot.
All righty. Take care.
Bye.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Now we'll go back and take our break. So what is it, about 10:10? Let's take 15 minutes to 10:25. Make sure I did the math correctly today. Is that right? Yeah, 10:25. So come on back at 10:25 and we will continue with Everett.
My notifications.
All right, welcome back, everybody. City of Everett is here. Hello
Hi there.
to
How are
all of you.
Hello.
Welcome. Thanks for coming.
My pleasure. Thanks for having us.
Yeah. Okay. Can you see your title slide okay?
Yes.
Great. All right, I'm going to pass you control so you can advance your own slides. Click on the screen and you should be able to take that now.
Try it. Okay.
There we go. Good. All right, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
All right. Hello, my name is Kimberly Moore. I'm the Assistant Parks Director in Everett, and I'm also joined by Bob Leonard, Parks and Facilities Director, and Lisa Page, Capital Projects Coordinator. We are representing the City of Everett and presenting the Edgewater Park renovation Phase 2 for evaluation. The project site is in the City of Everett in Snohomish County, Washington. Within City of Everett, the project is on the western edge of the Boulevard Bluffs neighborhood and within City Council District Number 3. The project site of Edgewater Park is made up of 2 parcels. The parcel to the west has been developed as a park. The parcel to the east was acquired by the city in 2008. A house on that parcel was demolished after acquisition, and the parcel has not been developed with park amenities. Chain link sport court fencing divides the 2 parcels. The goal of renovating Edgewater Park includes unifying the 2 parcels, improving accessibility, and updating park amenities. Work will occur in 2 phases, which I will describe in detail in project scope. The project scope for the purpose of this grant is contained in Phase 2. Relevant outdoor recreation opportunities in and around the Boulevard Bluffs neighborhood include Harborview Park, Deer Park, Phil Johnson Ball Fields, and Japanese Gulch Park. Driving distances from Edgewater to nearby parks are shown on the map. Edgewater is the only developed City of Everett park in Boulevard Bluffs and provides sports and playground facilities for the neighborhood. Japanese Gulch Park to the east is a large natural trails area maintained by the City of Mukilteo. Access to Japanese Gulch Park is only available from points within the City of Mukilteo, not the City of Everett. Need local priorities. At Edgewater, facilities have reached the end of their service life and are in need of replacement. The park lacks walkways or accessible routes between entrances, sports courts, and playgrounds. The playground itself is surrounded by a curb that is a barrier for mobility impaired users. Existing playground equipment was installed in 1986 and in 1998. In 2022, Everett updated its Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan. A survey of residents in Council District 3, which included Boulevard Bluffs, identified family-centered activities such as playground and picnic areas as a high priority for parks in this area. Survey respondents specifically called out Edgewater Park as outdated and comment on the poor condition of its basketball facility. The proposed park renovations align with local recreation and comprehensive plans. The PROS plan identifies improvements that are a high priority for the neighborhood park in the city's inventory. Phase 2 renovations are also identified in Everett Park's 2020 ADA transition plan. Action plan items include providing an accessible route around the perimeter of the park to link all elements, to provide accessible site furnishings, and to improve accessibility into the playground, as well as updating play equipment to meet accessibility standards. The renovated park is expected to see increased use and demand for service. Everett is growing and expects that growth to continue. Population is expected to increase 67% to an estimated 184,000 residents by 2044. The 2044 comprehensive plan could allow for up to 4-story residential development along Mukilteo Boulevard in the Boulevard Bluffs neighborhood. Everett must also plan for densification of the neighborhood by permitting ADUs and other types of missing middle housing as defined by House Bill 1110. Looking to future demand and need for parks in the service area, it's important that Everett optimizes use of space for recreational amenities. The city has not identified additional parcels for park acquisition or development in Boulevard Bluffs, so a thoughtful redevelopment of Edgewater Park is the best opportunity we have to meet demand. Project scope. Existing features at Edgewater Park include playground, play lawn, shade and seating, basketball hoops, sport court, and an undeveloped parcel. Pull-in parking is available at the west side of the park. Phase 2 planned improvements include a relocated basketball half court, playground, renovated open play lawn, entry sign, site furnishings, enhanced landscaping, and an ADA walking path. The next 2 slides are intended to delineate the scope of Phase 1 versus Phase 2. Phase 1 will demolish existing structures, clear and grade east of the existing shade structure, will install below-grade stormwater infrastructure and construct the new multi-sport court, entryway, and ADA parking along Shore Avenue. Phase 1 was partially funded with an RCO YAF grant. Phase 2 will construct the basketball half-court, playground, lawn, and walking path, as well as install signs, site furnishings, and landscape as previously described. The western pull-in parking and entry along Shore Avenue will be renovated by the City of Everett Public Works Department. Existing conditions and proposed improvements are shown in the following slides. The project will update the entry sign to current Everett Park standards and connect all elements with an ADA walking loop. 6 laps of the loop is equivalent to 1 mile. The project will renovate the playground, moving it out of the right-of-way, updating the equipment to current safety and accessibility standards, and add a roll-on surface for users of all abilities. The project will relocate the irregular basketball court and replace it with a single hoop, high school-sized key and 3-point line. The project will replace chain link fencing along street frontage with a concrete split rail fence product that is more durable and visually appropriate for the residential setting. Project design fit. The new playground will feature play elements for children of all ages and abilities. In public outreach meetings, we received positive feedback about the idea of nature-inspired play. The new play area features natural materials and spaces for creative and social play. 88 paths of travel are provided to accessible features, and some play activities can be accessed by wheelchair users on the ground. Equipment for children ages 2 through 5 include a sustainably harvested wood post and platform set, bucket seat swings, a play boat, and a wooden fort. Play features for children ages 5 through 12 will include elements like a tunnel, swings, spinners, balance steps, and boulders, and a hillside feature slide, making this playground unique within the Everett Park system. The site design carefully approaches spatial constraints, relocating key elements out of right-of-way where they would have been impacted by changing infrastructure needs and agreements with franchise utilities. Landscape plantings will buffer and screen the basketball surface and playground from busy roadways. The proposed improvements are also accessible to users of all abilities. An ADA walking path gently climbs and descends the regraded landscape, connecting all site features. In addition to the accessible playground features, Phase 2 also adds accessible site furnishings such as picnic tables, benches, and a drinking fountain. Environmental and green infrastructure considerations for the site include the use of native and drought-tolerant landscape plantings, a net gain of tree canopy, and irrigation support to enhance health and successful establishment. Project design budget. The estimated construction cost of Phase 2 is $1,628,858, including allowances for cultural resource services and architecture and engineering services during construction. This cost estimate was developed by the project landscape architect at 90% design. The project is currently in final design and is expected to be construction ready by the end of the year. Construction of phase 2 will begin immediately after completion of the Edgewater Bridge replacement, which will commence in November of this year. Project engagement methods. Input for this project was gathered in 4 stages. In 2021, a community survey was conducted with the update of the 2022 PROS plan. This survey was conducted in English and Spanish and received 596 responses. Then in 2021 and 2023, public meetings were held to discuss community needs and solicit feedback about this specific proposed design. We also consulted with Everett's Park Board, who shared thoughtful comments about the 60% design. We have also consulted with a community organization with high interest in the park, the Mukilteo Everett Pickleball Club. Project engagement community. Community input helped us refine the scope and pushed us to include features like the separate basketball surface and fruit trees for community benefit. We decided to add a water fountain and retain the existing shade structure in the design, which we knew was a priority for park users. We also received positive feedback on design decisions like the nature play theme and the overall site layout. Project engagement partnership. There are 2 existing community partnerships to support this project. The city's Green Everett Volunteer Program and Mukilteo Everett Pickleball Club can both mobilize work parties for landscape maintenance, plantings, and park beautification. Sustainability. Design decisions for this project were made to balance project impacts with the health of the surrounding environment and community. The project will infiltrate stormwater runoff from hard surface on site, although for permitting purposes, this facility will be constructed during phase 1. The landscape has been designed for reduced mowing frequencies and will utilize a Northwest Habitat turf alternative around the park borders. Landscape planting will be native and adapted drought-tolerant species, and the project will feature a net gain in tree canopy. The play turf surfacing of the playground is PFAS forever chemical-free. Cost efficiencies. The project seeks cost efficiencies by phasing the renovation to follow the Edgewater Bridge replacement. Everett Public Works will demolish the existing playground and clear the west side of the park for construction laydown and stockpiling. They will then reconstruct and stripe the west parking, ADA ramp entry, and entry landing at the west side of the park. The value of this work is estimated at $76,940. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Great, thank you, Kimberly. Okay, questions for the City of Everett or any clarifications needed? Joe, go ahead.
Hi, Kimberly. I am curious about it looks like you were really clear on your phasing. Phase 1 is the pickleball courts, is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So I'm just trying to find so the basketball key that you're adding, is that on the pickleball court?
No, it is a separate site.
Okay.
Separate section of the park.
Yeah, we do have some basketball on the pickleball courts because they are multi-use. However, as part of the community feedback and as part of the park board feedback, there was a request to see if we can keep a secondary court so that people can both play pickleball and basketball. So we listened to that community feedback and added that half court to get the community what they needed.
Got it. Thanks, Bob. And the location of the key, is that where Carl was?
Yeah, it looks like it's right up here, right?
Okay.
Above the.
Perfect. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Jill.
Yeah, and I can see you're sort of overlaid also. You said So a little bit more basketball over the pickleball. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, they're multi-use. It's tennis, it's pickleball, and basketball. But we wanted to make sure that we were able to allow people to still play basketball even if the court was being used.
Right. Yeah, that's great. And I think I saw that your phase one is a YAF grant and it's already underway, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, great. And go ahead.
Carl, can you go back? There's an early slide that showed the distance to the other parks.
Let's see. Right
That
there.
one. So looks like the nearest one with a playground is Deer Park. Is that right?
Deer Park, that's correct.
Yes, Deer Park but it is a very small community park, but yes, it does have a very small playground. Or,
Okay,
I'm sorry, not community, but it's a very small neighborhood park but it does technically have a playground, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Right, thanks. Other questions or clarifications needed? Okay, yeah, so here's the phase one in gray. It's already underway. And then essentially everything else is this grant, right?
Correct.
So this would complete the park.
Yes, just for efficiency's sake, there was some of the drainage and infrastructure while we were doing the court that'll be included in phase one. We just need to do that infrastructure while we're moving the court during phase one.
Yeah, so that makes sense. Some of that site prep.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, looks like we're good. I don't see any other hands. Thank you so much for joining us, sharing your project.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right, heading north a short ways to Skagit. There's Brian. Hello and welcome.
Hi, Carl. Carl and all, some of you may recognize Patrick on my right here. Patrick Dillon was an employee here, and he's a landscape architect as well.
Okay, great. Welcome. Thanks for coming to help out.
Well, thank you. Good to see you all.
Yeah, so this is our first acquisition of today. So slightly different criteria than we've been hearing on some of them anyway, than the development projects. But Brian, I'll go ahead and pass you controls so you can advance your slides. Go ahead and click on the screen, see if that activates for you.
It is going to work on the screen. So yes, that does work. Thank you.
Good. All right. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and start.
Very good. Thank you. Hello, I'm Brian Adams, Skagit County Parks Director. Upper Skagit Tribal Representative Scott Schuyler has another engagement and wasn't able to join this morning. He wanted you all to know that the success of this project continues to be of their utmost importance and to their tribe. Big Rock is located just east of Mount Vernon in Skagit County. Skagit County is 60 miles north of Seattle on the I-5 corridor, with a growing population, lush farmlands, the Salish Sea, and the Cascade Mountains. The existing 13-acre park is shown in orange and the 83-acre acquisition in yellow. The acquisition consists of 63-acre parcel A, temporarily held by the Land Trust, and 20-acre parcel B being donated. Our project provides a rare opportunity to expand Big Rock Park from 13 to 96 acres. This will provide recreation opportunities to an underserved and growing part of Skagit County. It is situated centrally to Mount Vernon and within 10 minutes of Cedar Woolley and Burlington. A 13-acre section of Big Rock was very popular, yet landlocked. For 2 decades, visitors entered our park by crossing private lands. Access ceased in 2015 when private landowners barricaded trails and forced its closure. Public need. Here's a map showing the inventory of local parks and schools in the area. Bakerview Park, shown here as F, and Skagit Playfield C are within a 5-mile radius. The only similar regional park greater than 90 acres in size is G, Little Mountain Park, which is 4 miles away by vehicle. With a mountain bike skills course, hang gliding, launch points, vehicle access, Little Mountain provides a much different recreational experience than that of Big Rock, which will focus on a more passive and reflective experience. Big Rock will be a regional park with a regional draw due to its geological significance, natural beauty, expansive views, and cultural value. In addition, Big Rock Park will serve the expanding city, growing neighborhoods, and many schools. We have pursued legal public access for more than 2 decades. Expanding Big Rock Park is clearly documented as our highest priority in our parks plan. Here's a quote from Commissioner Browning. In addition, Big Rock Park is one of 2 park projects ascending to top tier need in the Skagit County Strategic Plan. Expanding Big Rock Park is documented as our highest priority in our parks plan, with 91% of the respondents stating that expanding the number of trails is their most important recreational priority. Expanding natural areas ranks 2 and water access 3. With this project, our community fulfills their top 4 priorities. The state plan indicates hiking, nature trails, and water access are among the highest statewide needs. Here's an excerpt from our park plan indicating access to Big Rock as our top priority need. The proximity to schools in every direction makes this a perfect setting for passive recreation and outdoor education. The park is also at the crossroads of 2 very contrasting levels of socioeconomic status. The surrounding communities are imperiled by social inequality. This area has a strong Latino presence with 60%, greater than 60% of the Mount Vernon schools of Latino origin. English is often the second language. Houses are comprised of larger densities, and there is greater poverty, and access to green space is limited. Big Rock will provide immense opportunities to high-density, low-income communities. Project scope. Acquiring and protecting these 83 acres will immediately reopen public access to the existing 13-acre county park. It will also immediately remove the threat of development and conversion of the property. These are huge gains for parks and the community. This will allow for future restoration projects and immediately make the 96-acre park accessible to the community. We have been working with our community, the Land Trust, for over a decade to attain permanent legal access and expand Big Rock Park. The glacially carved peak and elevated ridgeline path have captivated and drawn visitors for centuries. When Big Rock Park was opened 30 years ago, it was an extremely popular park. With this acquisition, the park will be reopened and expanded to include trails, trailhead, and parking. Most importantly, it will be protected in perpetuity. Big Rock carries significant value to the Upper Skagit tribe, both culturally and spiritually. In this photo, Upper Skagit Representative Scott Schuyler talks to his daughter about the villages their ancestors once had in the Big Rock area and their loss when the land was assigned to settlers. This cultural monument has profound value to the indigenous community. Our expansion will renew access. Interpretive signage will be placed and the park will be reopened. Bobcat, cougar, bears, owls, otters, and other wildlife have been captured on a game camera. As our cameras show, daily public access will be followed by nightly sojourns by the wildlife. Habitat and corridor protection is a value that's exceptionally important, but sometimes overlooked. Immediacy of threat. While the park was once isolated in a rural part of the county, you can see from the photos how the city has since pushed to the park's doorstep. The land is in the Mount Vernon urban growth area. Without funding, this land will go back on the market, divided and sold as advertised by the prior sellers. When this highly popular park was suddenly closed, only those who chose to trespass were able to gain access. This exposed Big Rock to undesired activities, including a recent fire. Losing the land will be another major loss to the tribal community. Missing this opportunity will result in the loss of the adjacent 20-acre donation, the Little Rock donation. This is our one and only chance. Site suitability. Known to the native population as Yadwasta, this rock formation has long captivated those who lived in its shadow. Drawn by streams, vistas, wetlands, unique geology, and spiritual encounters, this land aspired to be a park long before it ended up in private hands. This is an opportunity to return this land to the community. The photos taken from the peak provide a natural viewing vista with views of Mount Baker, Olympic Mountains, San Juan Islands, and on especially clear days, Mount Rainier. With proximity to several schools, Big Rock has always been a popular draw. Here's a game camera from one location in Gribble Creek. The wetlands, rocky bulge streams, native forests, and pasture land all contribute to a unique mosaic of ecological and recreational richness. Nature trails and stream connectivity are community priorities, as is plant and wildlife protection. The protruding rock formation rising mystically in the middle of the valley of rich farmlands includes a geological spine, an attribute of denser rock left by the receding glaciers. The spine provides the perfect elevated pathway and an enchanting trail, providing expansive views along the trek. Community engagement methods. The Skagit Land Trust, the Mount Vernon School District, Vamos Outdoor Project, and local tribes, we have all worked closely together on this unique opportunity. We asked the community for input and have received letters of support from local tribes, school districts, and recreational providers. We are working to make this park a reality. The community has rallied around our efforts to bring back this park. Several headline stories in local newspapers have graced the front pages. Skagit Land Trust and Skagit County Parks co-hosted an open house at the park with more than 100 attendees. Project engagement community. When we set out to gather input on this project, we reached out to the Upper Skagit tribe and local schools. Since then, field trips have provided an opportunity to illustrate Big Rock's importance to history and culture. Our outreach has significantly influenced our project design. Our advisory board has agreed to rename the park Yadwasta, as it was previously known. Signage and interpretive displays will be in Spanish and English. All three local tribes have emphasized the cultural importance of the land, and tribal artist Jay Bowen, shown here, is engaged with a future sign and sculpture proposals. Project engagement partnerships. Along with Vamos, Upper Skagit Tribe, and Washington Trails Association assistance, we are designing an inclusive trail system. Vamos and Skagit Land Trust will be helping with Spanish signage and providing field trips for students. The tribe will be providing cultural education. Skagit Land Trust gathered $400,000 in donation match from more than 350 residents and businesses. Well-constructed trails are essential to reliable access. We have an agreement with the Washington Trails Association, Skagit Trail Builders, an extensive base of dedicated volunteers to design and reconstruct trails. After meeting on site with the DNR, they have expressed interest in removing the slash piles. We will restore and diversify our forests and riparian through partnerships with Skagit Conservation, Vamos, Skagit Land Trust, and Mount Vernon students, some of these same volunteers and partners. The local schools have a very high concentration of underserved populations. The Latino community has traditionally been less engaged with outdoor recreation, environmental education, earth sciences, and outdoor service clubs. This park will be at the heart of our developing park subscription program and provide opportunities for all students. Cost efficiencies. The Skagit Parks and Recreation has no dedicated acquisition revenue stream. Without access to acquisition funds, the kindness of our community is crucial to our success. The project is an exemplary example of grassroots fundraising. The Skagit Land Trust has become a key partner in this and has raised $400,000 from households, and again, from businesses throughout the county. 20 acres of additional land is being donated. Local organizations have committed to building trails, planting trees, purging invasive species. Contributions are all in hand and guaranteed, conditional on the success of the grant. An Adopt a Trail program with the Mount Vernon Alternative School, Aspire, is ready to go, conditional on the success. Our pool of volunteers is extremely deep. So we appreciate the opportunity, and I'm here to answer questions.
Great, thank you, Brian. Appreciate that. Questions from the committee? Clarifications needed. Go ahead.
Brian, I just had a question on the private land donation. Is that from the trust, or is that separately owned, separately?
It's not the trust. No, it is a private landowner that read about the project in the newspaper and said, hey, we've got 20 acres adjacent. We bought the 20 acres to kind of further protect our property from development, and we think this should be a part of that project. So we've got letters from them. We've got all the guarantees, everything on file with the application process that we are required to have. So yeah, just a really nice couple. Very involved with volunteerism and in the schools, and are very excited about the education component.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Genevieve, do you have something?
Yeah, it was a great presentation. I was hoping we could go back to the methods slide. Sounds like you had a good media campaign and like media presence about the project. Did you have specific public meetings related to this acquisition, or more about your park system as a whole?
No, this was specific to this. You can see the Big Rock. So are you asking if these articles these are specifically about Big Rock. So these articles that came out followed this project throughout the process. There was potentially other articles. Yeah, this is what I did a search and found, but also an open house. We had really groups come out and do aerial footage with drones and all kinds, we had a lot of interest that this generated, especially with the schools. But yeah, the newspapers were engaged.
Yeah, it looks like you had a great media campaign about it. I just was curious if there were open houses or workshops specifically about this acquisition with the public.
Yes, we worked in coordination with the Land Trust, and the open house was possibly just a year ago. We had one on site, and there was an incredible amount of people. Two people from the tribe came and educated us further about some of the stories in the native legend. Star Child is the name of the story. It's interesting if you want to Google it one day. All of the tribes, Swinomish tribes, were very involved with that. Harry S. Truman actually heard the story from one of the tribesmen that was back in the 50s, early 50s. So there is a newspaper story and an article that can be drummed up about that meeting. So pretty cool stuff.
Great, thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Roxanne.
Yeah, great project. A lot of great partnerships and media coverage. But you also mentioned how ESL is a big part of the community in the Latino community. So did you have specific public input to say this project is more important than other projects? And how was the Latino community involved in prioritizing this or speaking to its use and value?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the Land Trust in particular went into the schools, had some field trips on site, really got the kids kind of excited and engaged. Vamos Project, that's a group from up here. They've been engaged with Whatcom County traditionally. They came down to our Cedar Woolley campus, our Northern State Recreation area, and we started a partnership with them. Our advisory board has given them free access just based on the equity component and our education emphasis in our parks plan. So they wanted to extend that invitation for them to be an integral part of what we're trying to accomplish. Again, in our strategic plan, we've got this parkscriptions program, and this is the nucleus of where we want to start that program. So the land trusts were in the schools. They had we've already had field trips on site with a lot of these schools. Aspire, the alternative school, got excited about the project. A lot of them just read about it in the newspaper and other engagement or social media and came to us. So a lot of these folks, we didn't have to get out and search and promote this. It seemed like we were just getting a lot of interest from all those groups. All we had to do is then reach out to them and send representatives out to talk to the schools.
Thank you.
Any other questions or clarifications that folks need? All right, looks like we're good. Quite an opportunity there, Brian.
Well, we're very hopeful. Thank you guys for listening, and we're excited about the opportunity. So thank you.
Good. All right. Well, thanks. Take care. We'll see you later.
All right. Take care.
All righty. We are a little ahead of schedule here. Ready for another. Let's take a break here before our last two and lunch. And I think our folks are ready. Yeah. 10 minutes work for people? Yeah. All right. See you back here in 10 minutes, and we'll keep going with Aberdeen. Thanks. Hey, everybody, welcome back. Looks like Austin is here from Aberdeen. Hello, Austin, welcome.
Good morning.
All right, we can see you, we can hear you.
Perfect.
Things are looking good. You get to your PowerPoint, I'll go the other way. Pioneer Park, artificial turf. There we go. Can you see that okay?
Yes.
All right. Hand you control so you can advance your slides. Go ahead and click on the screen. See if you can make that work. Excellent.
Perfect.
All right, whenever you're ready, you can start.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Austin Weber. I'm with the City of Aberdeen Parks and Recreation, and I'm here to talk to you about our Pioneer Park artificial turf project. So we are located on the west side of the state. We're about 45 minutes west of Olympia and about 22 minutes inland from the ocean there. So as you can see, we are located in Grace Harbor County. Okay, so our goal is to turf the infield to provide a multi-season playable field in Grace Harbor. The actual site location is at our Pioneer Park Athletic Complex, slow pitch field number 3, which is an all dirt infield as of now. So our project and site location, we are in the south side of Aberdeen. And as you can see, the two blue and red stars, those are actually schools. And so our field fits right in between those two schools. Down below, you see a purple star. That is actually where the college is located. And they're a huge user of our athletic complex as well. Okay, so the project's main location use is adult sports. So they are our priority user of the field, but we do get a ton of youth activities on this field as well. So we definitely get a ton of girls activities as far as softball and boys baseball. They use these fields a ton for practices, games, and everything above. So turf has been identified just because of the usage and how much it gets. It has been identified as a top 3 need in our recreation plans. So the city of Aberdeen's population is just over 17,000 as of this year, and Grace Harbor County population is just over 77,000. So the two schools I mentioned earlier, Stevens Elementary School, student population is 100% eligible for free and reduced lunches. And our Miller Junior High is eligible for 85% free and reduced lunches. And the average annual wage in Aberdeen in 2020 was $46,431, whereas the state average is 76 or was 76,801. So as you can see, we sit pretty far below the state average in wage and income there. Okay, so still the need. So Aberdeen, which is in yellow, our site project, it is home to 3 Little League fields, 1 full-size baseball field, and 3 adult softball fields. And then in red, you can see the Bishop Athletic Complex, which is another sports complex that we have. It's about 3.7 miles apart from each location. They're home to 3 girls softball fields and 5 soccer fields, sorry. So if we are awarded this grant, we would be the second artificial baseball/softball field in Grace Harbor. The only other one is in Montesano, and that is owned by their school district. So it is not open to the public at all. It's just for school use and their activities. So they haven't really opened it up, and it's about 12.5 miles apart from us, or a 20-minute drive. So our field would be the one that would be open to the public and open for more use if we were to be able to turf our field. So our project scope, Pioneer Park Field 3 has a dirt infield and natural grass outfield, 2 covered dugouts and a chain link fence and a backstop that encloses the entire field with 300-foot fences. So as you can see, the red, that is the field that is our goal. And that's what we would go after for turf. And so here's another picture of just our field 3, just the infield only. So everything that's highlighted in yellow, outlined in yellow there, that is our project area. And so the project to the left, or the picture to the left, would be kind of what it would look like if we were to turf our field. So here is a picture of our drainage, our current drainage that's already in use in that field. It drains actually fairly well. We just get a ton of wet weather. So this, we anticipate to move this a little bit. I know turf requires a little bit different drainage, so we would have to move this around just a little bit once that project begins. So still under project scope, so our proposed. So we are proposing to replace the dirt infield with artificial turf, and the purpose would be to improve playability at our fields for all ages, especially when conditions are questionable, which happens a lot. And again, we would be able to host a little bit more things. People are scared to come to our community just because of the wet weather reasons. So getting turf here would just kind of help bring us to be more considered for tournaments and other games. So project design fit, Pioneer Park is ADA accessible, which includes the restrooms, pedestrian paths, and parking, which you can see in this picture. We have a long parking strip and multiple restrooms around the area as well. So just to bring some context to it, so rain numbers. So Grays Harbor is the second wettest county in Washington, averaging around 84 inches of rain a year. So the Olympic Peninsula and coast, they average about 72 inches, which we're in, so we average a bit more. The Puget Sound is around 39 inches a year, and Eastern Washington averages about 14 inches. So we get quite a bit more rain than most. And if I didn't mention this, we are the only Parks and Rec department in our whole county. So this map over here, hopefully you can see the names highlighted in yellow. We have people coming from everywhere. So we have people coming from Jefferson County, which sits above us. Queets is actually one of the tribes there that drives 68 miles, so an hour and a half to come play in our leagues and use our fields. So they travel quite a bit. Tahola, which sits right under them, 40 miles, so they're about an hour out, and they come also to our fields. South Bend, Willapa, and Raymond, they are all in Pacific County that sits below us, but we all have teams, multiple teams from their area that come up to us as well. So just adding turf would help, get some games in, so people traveling all this way don't have to have games canceled right at the last second, driving all that way. That's kind of a bummer for them. So rainout numbers, we've had a total of 46 rainouts this year. And actually, if you add this week, you can add another 6 to that. So we had a pretty rainy week already. So add 6 to that, but 37 could have been played if turf was available on this field. So here's a picture of Olympia Stevens Field. They actually have a turf infield with natural grass outfield. And our facility actually kind of mirrors this. So this is probably our project outcome goal and what our facility would look like if we were awarded in turf our infield here. So getting into the design budget. So I've talked to a couple of turf vendors and they're both around $151,450, and that's just for the turf. So for the labor estimates, this is the high end of labor estimates here. It's around $288,550. And we're probably going to get some in-kind donation from our public works. And I would say we will, because they've already committed to it. So we're hoping to cut that cost down by at least 10, if not more, 10,000 or more dollars. But with those numbers, our total project installation, project completion would be around $440,000. And here's just a little timeline of if we do get this project going, we would develop the RFQs in about October, November of 2025, send out the RFQs in January and February of 26, project awarded, and then apply for permits in February/March of 26, and then site prep, hopefully get that March, April, and then construction begins hopefully early summer of 2026 with the project completion. Shouldn't take too long to get that project completed. Looking at fall of 2026. So some of our engagement methods, we obviously do on-site engagement. We've done that a ton with teams and coaches, but we also updated our 7-year comprehensive plan that highlights updating our sports fields. And we also received community input through online surveys, holding 2 public hearings, and input from our city council and local parks board, which they're all highly in favor of getting some turf in our area. I think they all see the benefit of getting that and kind of keeping teams in our area. We've also talked with native tribes such as Queets, Tahola, and Quinault. They're all big users and part of our sports programs. And they all are in big favor and have talked about some donations coming our way for this project. So this picture is of Lacey's athletic complex. They have turf infields with natural grass outfields. A lot of our community members, when our fields aren't great, this is where they go. So this is the fields that they travel to. They get to play on basically all year round because of their turf capabilities. And so we talk to our community, and this is what they mentioned. They say, why can't we look more like the RAC? And obviously we just say, you know, if we had all the money in the world, we could do it. But this is a good step right now, is we do want to get some turf in our area, and we've talked about it, and this is kind of a big push for our department here. This is one of our letters from our AGSA softball program. They are a huge users of our fields, and so they wanted to write a letter too as well, just to show support for the turf in our community. So project engagements and partnerships, 5-Star Dealerships has helped us out a ton with all of our projects that we've done here in the city. And they've already expressed interest in providing some financial support as well with this project. A lot of local businesses have already expressed interest as well. We're trying to get some deals done with them, making sure they're comfortable with it, but they've showed a ton of interest as well. They know what's needed in this area, and it'll help just keep teams in the area. Along with Twin Star. Twin Star has also been a huge partnership with us with whatever we do in our city, and they have already expressed financial donation as well. And our public works department is huge. Again, we're a smaller town, so everybody kind of helps out each other quite a bit. So our public works has already kind of done an in-kind donation. They will help out with the field prep, which will save us a ton of money using their big equipment. So sustainability, eco-wise, it's been established park since the 1970s, but with turf, we would save water and resource staff time and maintenance materials. So we would save a ton of that with turf, not having to spend a ton of time on those fields. Social-wise, we have ample parking available, ADA accessible, promotes physical activity, especially in the proximity that it is to low-income families. And you see the 2 school districts right there. Or 2 schools. It provides a great facility for those kids to get out and stay active. And then also it'll just reduce maintenance costs and it'll keep teams here, again, like I've mentioned, it keeps teams in our area to support local businesses. So cost efficiencies, we're asking the RCO for $450,000, and we're expecting income from local businesses to add up to $22,500. Aberdeen Rotary, who's already committed to $2,500, Grace Harbor Community Foundation for $25,000, and City Public Works, which is an in-kind. Again, I say $8,000, but I think that could add up to a bit more, probably up towards the $15,000 range. And so our project total income is $508,000, and our finished product total with all that income would match that $508,000. And thank you. And then if you guys have any more questions, feel free.
Great, thank you, Austin. Go ahead, Jill.
Hi, Austin. Can you tell me how you prioritize this particular field? It looks like there's a couple of them right next to each other.
Yes. So this field is actually one of the fields that has lights on it as well. So a lot of our fields don't have lights on it. We had talked about doing the high school field, but we can't get a ton of usage out of our little kids programs on that field. So we thought the most use that we could get out with boys and girls would be using field 3. And that's where we get a lot of our adult teams as well. So this is the field that gets the most usage out of everybody. So out of all the fields total, this would be the field that gets the most usage.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions or clarifications that folks need? Go ahead, Genevieve.
Yeah, hi, Austin. I was looking at the application in Prism, and it talks a little bit about in the description, electrical, water, sewer infrastructure. I know you talked a little bit about irrigation and drainage, but I was wondering if you could touch on those other items.
So electrical, again, it's been in there. And the drainage, yes, the drainage has been in there. So that would just be easy stuff to avoid once the turf comes in. So it would just really be ripping up the infield. So we wouldn't touch around the outside area as much at all. It would just be the project location would just be touching the dirt, kind of scraping that up, getting prepared for the turf to be laid down.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. Other questions for Austin? All right. Well, I play on those fields out at the rack, and it actually works really well having the artificial in and
yes,
with the natural outfield.
Right. Very nice complex.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you much for joining us, sharing your project.
All right. Well, thank you guys.
Okay. We'll see you later.
All right. Thank you.
All righty. We got one more here before lunch, and I believe Tenino is here. Hello, Jessica.
Hello. I'm starting my video. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can see you. We can hear you. We're all good. So this is our one and only combination project. So, whoops, let me go back. So Jessica gets to answer all of the evaluation criteria.
In the same amount of time.
In the same amount of time, yeah.
Okay.
You got this, though.
Okay. All right. My name is Jessica Rush. I'm the park specialist.
Hold on one sec. I'm going to pass you control.
Oh, okay.
So you can then advance your slides. I got to find you on the list. There you go. Okay, click on the screen. Make sure you can activate that.
Okay. Yeah, got it. Okay. Are we ready?
Yeah, does that work? Were you able to, is that working for you? Oh, there we go. Yeah. Cool. Well, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay. All right, so I'm Jessica Rush. I'm the park specialist for the city of Tenino. So today we're going to go over the Tenino City Park East Trailhead and Trails project. This project will fund development of a trailhead area and create new trails in a newly acquired property at Tenino City Park. So today we're talking about phase 1, which we've highlighted in red, to be completed in 2026 with about 1.1 mile of trail. And the trailhead is shown circled here in yellow. Phase 2 in blue will provide approximately 1.5 additional miles of trail to be completed in 2028. So Tenino City Park is located in South Thurston County, which you can see our small city there in red in relation to where it is in Washington State. Number 1, needs local priority. So here is Tenino and the surrounding area circled. The arrows represent other large parks in the county. Tenino is considered a rural area. However, most land in this area is privately owned. So besides Tenino City Park, residents do not have easy access to free public spaces and hiking trails without driving 15 to 20 minutes or more to other parks. By expanding our trail system, this project will help address the lack of trails in South Thurston County. Tenino is a geographical middle ground for South County and is used by the surrounding communities. This plan aligns with our master park plan and Thurston County's master plan. Project scope. This is a combination project. We acquired 60 acres from Norseman Timber Company. This acquisition was our match and is highlighted here in purple. This acreage was logged in 2012, and the condition now is a 12-year-old forest planted with primarily fir trees. We will use this grant to develop the eastern half of Norseman with a loop trail. We will utilize an existing service road, which is yellow here, and create a trailhead area in our park, which is starred in red on the graphic. The trailhead area currently has loose parking, a restroom, a campground, and a playground. This section of our park has amenities, which we intend to improve upon. When complete, we will have organized parking, a trailhead with amenities, as well as the new loop trail. This will provide facilities and recreation for playground users, hikers, bikers, horseback riders, and campers. Immediacy of threat. Here's an aerial of Norseman land. When this land became available, we felt compelled to act since it's so close to Tenino and it adjoins our park. The land is in an urban growth area, and the former owner was approached by developers. We also had a donor come forward who was willing to help us purchase the property, so we struck while the iron was hot. We purchased the property and filed a waiver of retroactivity. Site suitability. The new acquisition is geographically a natural addition to the city park and therefore a suitable site for this project. This site is also within walking, biking, and horseback riding distance from Tenino. It has interesting topography for exercise. The forest will grow and become a beautiful place to recreate while providing much needed wildlife habitat. Project design fit. When designing this project, we looked at the assets that we already had, which are a restroom, it just needs upgrades, ADA parking, water lines, space for parking, space for additional trailhead amenities. We're using an existing service road to adjoin our trailhead to the new property. So the bones of this project were already there. This graphic also shows in the trailhead area, the arrows indicate the one-way flow of traffic, which will be requiring signage. So looking more at the area, here's our parking. This is currently two-way. There's no designated parking stalls. We plan to organize this using signs and parking bumpers. The area will also be regraded and with new gravel. The old campground bathroom from 1972 will be remodeled. On the right is a restroom that we already did elsewhere in the park. We will copy this. So here's what the new interior will look like, except that one of the restrooms will have a shower. Picnic tables. This table is in our new playground. We will place a table like this next to our existing ADA parking stall. We'll also have some more picnic tables. We'll install a hitching post. We get a lot of equestrians who ride into town from surrounding countryside. Okay, this is an example of the kind of informational kiosk we would like to install. We'll have trail maps and pertinent information about the park. So just revisiting this graphic, again, we show the starred trailhead, which we just covered, the yellow service road, and then we go up into the new phase 1 trail. So this aerial represents the trail design in the new property. It shows the topography of the land. We do believe at the peak that there is an opportunity for a viewpoint. The 0.35 mile running along the valley there will be a wide trail that can fit our side-by-side maintenance ATV, as well as horses side-by-side. The trail going up the hill will be narrower, equestrian, hiking, biking trails. Materials will be local crushed rock and gravel. Project design budget. The budget for the restrooms is based off the budget for the restroom that we just completed. So we've done this project. We're going to repeat it plus 10%. We shop for kiosks, picnic tables, mounting blocks, and hitching posts. The parking area costs are for materials like gravel, parking bumpers, and signs. We'll provide the labor. The trails are also primarily material costs and the cost of equipment rental. Cultural review will be part of the cost of our project. The city plans to absorb incidentals. We believe we can be construction ready 6 months or less from the time we receive the award letter. Project management engagement methods. So we recently put out a survey online and held 2 public input events updating our park master plan. Our online survey received input from diverse demographics. The property acquisition and this project were included as part of that park master plan. It is also our practice to talk to park users in person and to get to know them and their needs. So for example, the gentleman in this picture is John, and that is his delightful dog, Jack, and they regularly use our accessibility trail. Project engagement community. Our surveys heavily influenced our plans. We learned that the #1 reason folks use Tenino City Park is for walking and hiking. More bike trails have been requested, and the horseback riders have come in full force after us to encourage us to allow horses on our already established trails that we have, because they feel that places to ride are becoming scarce. Project engagement partnerships. This property purchase, this is a picture from the day of the signing on the property. It was made possible by a generous donation of $440,000 from community partner Angela J. Bowen Conservancy Foundation. The Park Foundation of Thurston County was there acting as liaison. They were instrumental in making this happen. We've included many letters of support in our packet from the community. Our new Facebook group called Tenino Trail Crew already has 32 volunteers interested in helping with this project. Sustainability, ecological factors. The land acquisition carries a conservation easement, which ensures that it will be for passive recreation and wildlife habitat in perpetuity. Combine this land with our current park and the adjoining Creekside Conservancy, which you can see a little bit of it in the graphic. Our combined efforts are preserving vital wildlife corridors. There are 2 pockets of possible wetlands on the property. Those areas will be addressed in phase 2. Streams on the property are just seasonal runoff. Sustainability social factors. This project encourages multimodal use. Folks can drive, bike, hike, and ride horses to Tenino City Park. The project is on the Thurston County Yelm-Tenino Trail, which links 47.5 miles of recreational trail corridors. The City of Tenino also hosts the Living Classroom and Nature Day Camp in Tenino City Park. This project will expand our living classroom. Economic factors. We will primarily use local materials. This project is supported by the Tenino Chamber of Commerce, South Thurston Economic Development Council. Trails bring tourism dollars to Tenino by adding to the fun activities that we have available. Pictured is the unique Tenino Quarry Pool, also located in Tenino City Park, and the Tenino Farmers Market. Cost efficiencies. So we received the donation of $440,000 from the Angela J. Bowen Conservancy Foundation, which paid for this acquisition. Additionally, Norseman Timber Company only charged us $425,000 for the property, well under market value, and donated the value above that price. Realtor's opinion puts that at $1.4 million. So that's $1 million over what we paid for it. So we have kind of an overmatch situation there. Other cost efficiencies, our team of community volunteers, reuse of current assets, and we will use city labor to do most of the work. So that pretty much concludes. Do you have any questions?
Great, thank you, Jessica. With 1 minute to spare, you did just fine. All right, anything from the committee? Anne, go ahead, and then Genevieve.
Can you talk a little bit more about what was the donation area? I was having a hard time following what was going on with the donation.
Okay,
Or
so
the acquisition, I'm sorry.
the acquisition area. Okay.
Mhm.
Let's see. Oh, I don't have control anymore.
Oh, yeah, I
Okay.
took it back.
Are you giving it back to me?
I could.
Oh,
Would you
or
like?
you can
Yeah.
go back. It was toward the beginning.
Here, I'll jump back for you.
Well, okay, so this shows in purple, that is the property acquisition. So it's over 60 acres, pretty much doubles the size of our city park.
Okay. And then I was trying to look at the budget in Prism. I saw a budget for maybe just talk through the budget also. Maybe that would help me.
Talk through the budget. Okay. Well, I mean, what we have, so that's our match, basically, is the money that went into the property. So the property is our match, and we've filed for retroactivity on that acquisition. So that's what makes this a combination project. I know it's confusing because we're not asking for any money for the property itself, but that is our that's part of the combination.
Okay, I think that's why I was confused.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, I think I got it now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Genevieve.
I think I may have answered my own question. I was looking deeper in Prism. I know you talked a lot about horse access, and I wasn't sure if the parking renovations included trailer parking, but it looks like in the metrics I do see renovation of one trailer parking spot.
Yes. So we don't anticipate us loading up on a lot of trailers, but we will have an area that a trailer or two could pull in and park.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Roxanne.
Yeah. Do you have other parks in Tenino or just this one city park?
We pretty much just have this park. Like I mentioned before, Creekside Conservancy is right next door. And so that kind of almost, in essence, expands the park for hiking beyond Tenino City Park. And then we're also linked up to Thurston County's bike trail system. Runs right through the Tenino City Park. You can see it there. And so we kind of feel like we have more than we do. Mostly we do have a little pocket park, but it's directly across the street from the city park. So.
And you mentioned the trail being used by hiking and I'm not sure if you said biking, but equestrians. Do you have your trail designed to a point of how all those multi-users, what they need in terms of size and surfacing?
Yes, so we did take into account, so we currently have trails and we really only allow pedestrians on those trails. It's been a bone of contention because those trails are basically dirt woodland trails and the horses come through and punch holes in it and bikes come through and make muddy messes of it. So we, the intention behind the new trails is to build them wider and with crushed rock and gravel and such so that it can withstand the wear and tear of heavy animals and heavier use. And we are consulting with a lot of our new trail crew, our equestrians that are very excited about this, and they're going to give their input on what they'd like to see.
Yeah. Do you have a master plan for this site?
Well, we have our park master plan, which, it may be the last slide that I never got to, now that I think about it. It includes the entire park, though. Is there a last slide that I never quite got to? There we go. Yeah, so that is our master plan. I will say, like, detail wise, there's still some room for wiggle in our plan for the trail system up on the Norseman property. So this is more, this master plan is more representational But it did go through public input and everything.
Great, thank you.
Thanks. Other questions or any clarifications you need? All righty. Well, nice job, Jessica. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All righty. Have a good day.
Thanks.
All right. That brings us to lunch a little early, so we get a long lunch. Come on back a little before 1:10, and we will continue on with Ridgefield. Thanks, everybody.
Russell, can you hear me?
I sure can, yeah.
Wonderful.
Carl should be popping on any minute here, and I see some of the committee coming back too. There's Carl right there.
Greetings.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
How has your marathon of presentations been going?
Long, but I think pretty good, man. I'm glad I'm not doing the scoring. I'm glad we hired all these good evaluation folks to, well, hired the volunteers to spend their week with us.
Wonderful.
We used
Well,
to
I
be able to
appreciate all
offer
this.
like cookies and coffee, but it's all remote now. So even they're on their own even for that.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's been a good week. It's kind of fun to see all these projects all over the state, and folks have been doing a nice job. I think they've tuned it up since technical review. So yeah,
Well, cool.
it's been good. So we'll get going here in just another minute or two.
No worries. I think I'm all polished up. See, the thing is, this is my last thing I do before I do Hood to Coast tomorrow.
Where you do what?
Hood to Coast. The
Hood to
run.
Coast. I do not know what that is.
Oh, it's a relay race from Timberline
Okay.
Lodge to Seaside.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
On bike or foot or
Running. It's a
Holy
12-person
smokes.
team.
Wow. So how many miles do you each do?
I've got 3 different legs. My first one's about 4.5 miles. My second one is about 6. My third one is about 6.7. But with the run through the night and everything, we're actually doing it as a wellness program for our city. So it's city staff members.
All right, good for you.
Yeah, so it should be a good fun thing.
So you rotate leg, so you do a leg and then you get a break and you drive to the next leg or something. And
Essentially, yeah. So we've got a van, 2 different vans that we kind of split the team up in, and then we kind of pass on a baton.
okay. Wow, how fun.
Yeah, so we'll see how that goes. But it's been a great bonding thing for our team, which is great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I haven't regretted it yet, but I might this weekend.
It's all over. The next day when your muscles start aching.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
I don't have that kind of stamina. I don't think I ever had that kind of stamina.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it, but we'll see. This might be my last hurrah. So, well.
Yeah. I play softball, so I can do very short sprints from one base to the next. Is about the extent of my aerobic activity.
The way I put it is, I don't like to run. I like to have run. Like when the running stops, that's the best part.
Yes. Yeah. Good. All right. Well, welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a nice little extra time, nice long lunch. I know I got out for a walk. That was much needed. A little fresh air. So Corey is here from City of Ridgefield. Welcome, Corey. Thanks for joining us. You can see your title slide there, okay?
Sure can.
Excellent. I'm going to pass you control. There you are. Go ahead and click on the screen. That hopefully will work for you.
Oh, there we go. It does. Oh,
Great.
Oh, here we go back.
Yeah,
Perfect.
start whenever you are ready.
Wonderful. Well, good afternoon. My name is Corey Crownhart, and I'm the Parks Manager for the City of Ridgefield. I'm honored to present our proposal today and would like to start by extending my gratitude to the Recreation and Conservation Office and the Selection Committee for taking the time to review our application for the development of Boyce Park, Phase 1. Today, I'll provide an overview of our grant proposal for the first phase of Boyce Park's development. Located in north central Ridgefield, this project seeks a $500,000 WWRP grant to help us meet the total budget of $1.08 million. We aim to complete the project by June 30th of 2026. Our main focus is on creating a state-of-the-art pump track while addressing the recreational needs of underserved neighborhoods in our community. This project will not only benefit cyclists, but also longboarders and other users of human-propelled wheeled users. To give you some context, Ridgefield is situated in southwest Washington. The region is renowned for its picturesque landscapes and outdoor activities, making it an ideal location for a new park that emphasizes recreation and community engagement. Ridgefield is part of North Clark County, strategically positioned along the I-5 transportation corridor. It's conveniently located near major cities, 12 miles north of Vancouver, 17 miles north of Portland, and 25 miles south of Longview. The park is also adjacent, the city is also adjacent to the Ridgefield Wildlife Refuge, managed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, adding a unique natural element to our city. Boyce Park will be in north central Ridgefield, a rapidly growing area that currently lacks adequate community park facilities. It is in proximity to smaller neighborhood parks such as DeMello Park, Rose Homestead Park, and Lark Park. Additionally, it's near several trails that provide connectivity to different parts of the city, including paths leading southwest towards Pioneer Street, our main street in town, and Reman Road, east towards Paradise Point Development, a rapidly growing area in our community, and southward towards Pioneer Street and Royal Road roundabout. This neighborhood, bustling with young families, will greatly benefit from a comprehensive community park. Presently, the proposed site is undeveloped and lacks essential amenities like parking access. The property is adjacent to a stream offering a beautiful natural setting we plan to enhance. The local neighborhood lacks a community park, and Boyce Park aims to fill this void, providing a space where residents can gather, play, and enjoy the outdoors. The nearest bike parks are relatively distant from Ridgefield. For instance, Clooney Bike Park Track in Longview is 28 miles north, while Bill Hamlick Park in Washougal is 29 miles south. The Gateway Green in Portland is 24 miles south. Boyce Park will be the first dedicated bike park like this in North Clark County. Our proposed 10,000 square foot pump track would be the largest in the area, making it a premier destination for cycling enthusiasts from across the region. North Central Ridgefield currently has a significant gap in park services. The closest neighborhood parks are located to the east at Abrams Park and southeast at Horns Corner Park. Boyce Park will not only address the service gaps, but also enhance trail connectivity, linking residents to other park and trail facilities throughout the area. The project site lacks adequate parking access and accessible sidewalks, which are crucial for community access. Our project plans include a gravel parking lot located here in pink and right-of-way street improvements to provide better access to the park and ensure it's easily reachable for all residents of all abilities. Noted on here on the map, blue represents all of the sidewalks, while red represents currently built trails for our area. By enhancing the parking and the sidewalk, we can help increase that connectivity. There are already plans in place to connect trails all the way from the southwest corner of this map to the park itself, as well as the stormwater pond to the east to connect those over into the park. That connectivity will bring multiple neighborhoods down to Pioneer Street and the rest of the city. Ridgefield has been one of the fastest growing cities in Washington. Our population grew from 6,100 residents in 2014 to over 15,000 by the end of 2023. Projections indicate that Ridgefield's population will reach 27,000 by 2045, accompanied by an influx of nearly 9,800 new jobs. This sustained growth underscores the need for expanded recreational services to help support our growing community. Our demographic analysis reveals that Ridgefield's population is relatively young compared to other municipalities in Clark County. Young families are a significant portion of our community, and they need recreational services that promote well-being and enrichment for their children. Boyce Park will provide a much-needed facility to support youth health, mental health, and overall community well-being. Our project aligns with our Parks, Recreation, and Open Spaces plan adopted back in 2020. A key recommendation of this plan was to incorporate small-scale skate park and bike skill features, such as pump tracks, into new and existing park sites, as stated on page 98 of our pros plan. Additionally, one of the goals of the plan is to ensure new parks and renovated facilities feature unique design traits that enhance Ridgefield's sense of place. Boyce Park would do just that. The centerpiece of phase 1 is a 10,000 square foot pump track designed to accommodate cyclists, longboarders, and other wheeled sports enthusiasts. This asphalt facility will be one of the largest and most advanced pump tracks in the region, similar to those found in Bellingham or Leavenworth, Washington. It will provide a unique and engaging recreational opportunity for residents and visitors alike. To support the park's users, we're including a gravel parking lot that can accommodate several vehicles. The landscaping improvements will feature native plants and enhanced drainage systems, ensuring a pleasant environment for passive recreation. Open lawns will provide flexible spaces for creative play and various recreational activities. We are committed to improving access to the park through right-of-way enhancements, including new sidewalks and utility connections. These improvements will increase accessibility for non-motorized travel, making it easier for pedestrians and cyclists to reach the park. Additionally, these connections will link the park to existing area trails, creating a cohesive network for outdoor activities, ensuring the park is well integrated into the overall community. The Boyce Park Master Plan emphasizes a bike-centric approach to recreation, featuring a pump track as the primary element of phase 1. Future phases will expand the park's offerings with a jump track, support facilities such as restrooms, irrigation systems, and shelters. The master plan also includes right-of-way improvements, trail connections, an observation deck, picnic shelters, and passive recreation areas like open lawns for various activities. This comprehensive approach ensures that Boyce Park will cater to a wide range of recreational needs and preferences. Phase 1 of Boyce Park's development will focus on several key elements. A 10,000 square foot pump track, providing a high quality facility for cycling and other wheeled sports. Sidewalk connections and right-of-way improvements to enhance neighborhood access. A gravel parking lot to accommodate park visitors. And landscaping and irrigation improvements to support passive recreation and maintain the park's aesthetic appeal. The total budget for phase 1 is $1.08 million. We are seeking $500,000 from the RCO, which accounts for 46% of the total project costs. The city of Ridgefield will match this with $581,000, covering roughly 54% of the overall budget. Administrative, architectural, and engineering expenses are kept to $114,000, or about 12% of the total budget, well below the 20% maximum allowed. This careful budget planning ensures that the majority of the funds are directed towards creating a high-quality park facility. Community engagement has been integral to the development of this park. We actively sought input from various stakeholders, including public leaders such as the Parks Board and City Council. We conducted community surveys through the Ridgefield Roundtable, our online survey system, receiving over 250 responses. We also held numerous meetings with local neighbors, user groups, and community service organizations to gather diverse perspectives and ensure the project meets the community's needs. The feedback we received from the community has been invaluable. Residents emphasize the importance of trails, walking paths, and play areas. These priorities have been incorporated into our project plan, ensuring that Boyce Park will provide the amenities most desired by our community. Although biking was not the top priority in the survey, stakeholders highlighted its importance. The data shows that family time, exploring nature, and play were top considerations which align with our project's goals. Boyce Park's Bike Park will cater to these priorities by offering a safe and engaging environment for families and young people to enjoy outdoor activities together. Environmental sustainability is a key aspect of our project. We plan to use native plantings and rain gardens and other landscaped areas to support local biodiversity and manage stormwater effectively. A resource management plan is in development to ensure the park's long-term sustainability and minimize the need for heavy equipment in maintenance activities, thereby reducing our overall environmental footprint. Boys Park will promote healthy lifestyles and social connections through its diverse recreational offerings. The park will be accessible via multiple trail networks, enhancing connectivity and encouraging physical activity. By providing a space for community members to gather, play, and interact, the park will strengthen social bonds and contribute to the overall well-being of Ridgefield's residents. Economically, Boys Park will support local development by attracting visitors for special events, races, tournaments, and other types of community events. These events will create opportunities for local businesses and will boost the overall economy. The unique features of the park will make Ridgefield a destination for outdoor enthusiasts and cyclists, further enhancing its economic impact. We've planned for cost efficiencies through a combination of local appropriations, grant support, volunteer contributions, and donations. Additionally, we will use sustainable and locally sourced materials to minimize costs. Our design considerations focus on reducing construction and maintenance expenses, ensuring the project is both economically and environmentally sustainable. In summary, Boys Park will provide Ridgefield and North Clark County with a unique recreational facility that supports the health, well-being, and character of our community. We're excited about the potential partnership with the Recreation Conservation Office to bring this project to life. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you, Corey. All right, questions or clarifications needed? Ann, go ahead.
Did you have a slide on partnerships? I think I missed that.
I don't think I saw one either.
I don't believe that there was.
Can you talk about any partnerships?
Absolutely. We're definitely building relationships and partnerships with local organizations. Ridgefield Main Street is one that we've done a lot of work with. They do a lot of economic development in downtown Ridgefield, and we've talked with them about this project among many others. I know it was one of the groups that they did communicate with when they were collecting that community input. We've also talked with local Chamber of Commerce as well. As for local bike groups, there is currently not one in Ridgefield, but we've started to organize, and we've been working with our Parks Board to try and find a way to create a group like that for our area. But these are kind of the extent of the partnerships that we've built so far.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ann.
Thanks. Go ahead, Jill, and then Genevieve.
Thanks, Corey. I had a question on your ADA parking. Is that portion of it proposed to be paved, or is it all?
Yes, the portion for the accessible parking spots would be paved.
Okay. And then can you speak to why, and at this time, is there a playground already on the site?
There is not a playground on the site. Currently, the site is undeveloped.
Okay. And I guess just speak to how the bike park or the pump track was prioritized on this site as opposed to any other amenities.
Mm-hmm. Well, one of the reasons that we moved towards the bike park was our pros plan really identified having a unique feature of either a skate park or a pump track into our park system. Near this park, there are some smaller parks that have more of your traditional playgrounds. Specifically, just south, if you continue down the main road here, which is 35th, you'll see that there's a red trail that kind of creates a triangle box. There's a play structure here called the Mellow Park, which is within a short walking distance. And then the neighborhoods, each of these smaller neighborhoods have a small playground within them, but a unique feature like a pump track is not something that's there. And so we wanted to find something that was going to cater to a wider age range of youth. So that was one of the reasons why it was prioritized.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Genevieve, and then Silvana.
Yeah, hi, Corey. I was wondering, related to your engagement methods, if you did any specific engagement with youth to kind of help inform this process, or community youth organizations?
As far as I know, there wasn't specific outreach to the school district. It was prior to my time coming here. That said, there was definitely a lot of work done connecting with parents through the survey. And of course, the online survey system does allow users that are younger than the age of 18 to participate with, as long as parents are okay with it. So, but I don't have that information on hand.
Thank you.
Thank you, Genevieve.
Go ahead, Silvana.
I might have missed it, but I was looking for a timeline on like around your budget slide, if you spoke to it, or if you had a timeline on, when the project would be anticipated to be construction ready.
Absolutely. I think I wrote down, it was in slide 2, the objective is to have the project complete by June 30th, 2026. And we already have some local appropriations for this park, so we'd be able to move forward on it essentially right away is our goal.
Okay. And then I had another question about the ADA parking. Is that parking space going to be paved?
Yes, it would be paved. So it'd be a pad
Okay.
there for that, and it would connect in with the local sidewalks.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Savannah.
Other questions on this project? Jill.
Carl, I just had could you put the site plan up again for that? And I apologize, I didn't.
Try to find.
Keep going.
Is that in your scope, or maybe in design?
And keep going. I think it's one more. There it is.
Got
So
it.
this is the master plan itself. Yes.
Okay, perfect. That helps. So it looks like the bike park, and then what's just north of that in a different phase?
Just north of this is what would be the jump track, and that would be in a different phase. So if you go forward one slide, Russell, yeah. So this talks about the specific amenities that we're looking at building for this, which is the pump track, the passive recreation area, the gravel parking lot, and then the frontage improvements.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jill.
Other clarifications? All right. Looks like we're good to go. Thank you, Corey. We'll move to your next one.
Wonderful.
Abrams Park. Are you going to present this one as well?
I will.
Okay. I'll give control back to you. There you go. Should be able to take that now.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Carl. So again, my name is Corey, and I serve as the park manager for the city of Ridgefield. I'd like to start off just by expressing my gratitude to the Recreation and Conservation Office and the Selection Committee for taking the time to review our proposal for the improvements to Abrams Park, the oldest and most iconic park in the city of Ridgefield. In fact, this park was first dedicated in 1910 as part of this project. So it's a pretty historic park. I found some old black and white photos of a baseball team from, I think it was 1917 or something like that. So around World War I. Today, I'm excited to present our grant proposal for Phase 1 improvements to the historic Abrams Park, situated in the G Creek watershed. We're seeking $500,000 in funding, part of a broader $1.28 million project budget, with a targeted completion date of December 31st of 2026. The heart of this initiative is enhancing accessibility and user experience. Our vision calls for an inclusive ADA-compliant playground, newly developed and upgraded trails, improved trail accessibility, and additional shelter areas for picnics and community gatherings. Ridgefield is located in the southwest region of Washington State. This area is celebrated for its stunning landscapes and outdoor recreational activities, making it a great place to live and work. Ridgefield is part of North Clark County and is strategically located along the I-5 transportation corridor. It is conveniently located north of Portland, or north of the Vancouver, Portland metro area. The city is also adjacent to the Ridgefield Wildlife Refuge, managed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, adding a distinct natural element to our city's charm and appeal. Abrams Park is situated in West Ridgefield, close to the downtown core and integrated into the community via an extensive network of trails. These trails connect the park to local neighborhoods to the north and northeast, Division Street to the west, and Pioneer Street to the south. Future plans include a pedestrian overpass linking the park to the city's waterfront, a trail extending south up G Creek towards the high school and growing residential areas, and a trail northwest connecting the park to the Ridgefield Wildlife Refuge. These will be indicated through these orange signs here and the pink star here with the future pedestrian overpass. These are not necessarily within the park, but are great connections for the park. Founded in 1910, Abrams Park holds a significant place in our community's history. The original 17 acres was deeded to the city by D.K. Abrams, and since then, it has become a beloved local landmark. In 1970, funding from the Recreation and Conservation Office enabled the purchase of an additional 20 acres. Later in 2011, another grant facilitated the acquisition of 3 more acres, expanding the park to its current size of 40 acres. This park is deeply embedded in our community's identity and serves as a central gathering place for many of our events and residents. Currently, access to the playground from the nearby parking lot is inadequate. The tot lot is situated over 350 feet from the main playground, and the existing playground surface does not meet accessibility standards for individuals with disabilities. These conditions highlight the urgent need for comprehensive improvements to ensure that all children can play and enjoy the park's facilities safely and comfortably. The park's trail system suffers from undefined and inconsistent surfaces, leading to erosion, particularly due to seasonal flooding from G Creek. Additionally, the Memorial and Dedication Walk is in a state of disrepair, currently further underscoring the necessity for substantial upgrades to make the park fully accessible, enjoyable for everyone. The park signage is another area requiring significant attention. Currently, the signs are non-legible from a distance and offer no accessible options. Furthermore, all signs are exclusively in English, which limits usability for non-English speaking visitors. There is also a lack of wayfinding signage, making it difficult for visitors to navigate and find specific destinations within the park and near the park. Access to park amenities, including the bathrooms, is limited. The current gravel paths do not provide adequate access for all users. And while there is an accessible bathroom, it lacks an accessible entrance. These issues highlight the need for further infrastructure to ensure the park is welcoming and usable for everyone, regardless of their physical ability. In terms of accessible playgrounds, the closest facilities are quite far from Ridgefield. These include Esser Short Park and playgrounds and playground in Vancouver, which is 15 miles away, Marshall Park in Vancouver, which is 14 miles away, and Faletta Community Park in Clark County, which is 10.5 miles away. This significant distance underscores the urgent need for a local, accessible playground within Ridgefield to serve our community more effectively. Despite the city's rapid growth, there remains only one reservable picnic shelter in Abrams Park. Bennett Hall has been a part of the park since 1974 and was enclosed years later. Access to more reservable spaces throughout the park would serve the community, creating more spaces for connection and recreation in various weather conditions. Ridgefield is one of the fastest growing cities in Washington. Our population has increased from 6,100 residents in 2014 to over 15,000 residents by the end of 2023. Projections indicate that by 2045, our population will reach 27,000, accompanied by nearly 9,800 new jobs. This rapid and sustained growth underscores the necessity for expanded recreational facilities to adequately serve our growing community and enhance the quality of life for all residents. Our demographic analysis reveals a relatively young population in Ridgefield, with a significant number of young families. These families need recreational facilities that support the health and enrichment of their children. Abrams Park will fulfill this need by providing a facility that promotes youth health, mental health, and overall community cohesion and vitality. Our project aligns seamlessly with the Parks, Recreation, and Open Spaces Plan adopted in 2020. The plan emphasizes the importance of ADA accessibility and compliance, ensuring all residents have equitable access to park facilities. The plan outlines specific goals, such as designing and maintaining parks to offer universal accessibility, ensuring our proposed improvements are aligned with these objectives. The highlight of Phase 1 improvements is the accessible playground. Inspired by examples such as Couch Park in Portland, this playground will be a central feature, catering to users of all abilities. This facility will ensure community connectivity, foster health and wellness, and ensure that all children, regardless of their physical ability, has a safe and enjoyable place to play. We plan to significantly increase the number of picnic shelters within the park as well. By adding 3 new picnic shelters, we will accommodate more users throughout the year. These shelters will be available for reservation, which will alleviate the pressures on existing facilities and provide more opportunities for community gatherings and events. Improving and expanding the trail system is a key component of our project. The new trails will feature accessible, permeable asphalt surfaces with gentle grades, ensuring usability for all visitors. Additionally, signage will be enhanced and offered in multiple languages, making the park more navigable and inclusive for all community. The Abrams Park Master Plan is a comprehensive blueprint for updating the park to meet modern standards while ensuring accessibility for all. The plan includes parking improvements, the addition of new picnic shelters, resurfacing of trails, constructing a nature boardwalk for educational and recreational purposes, installing an accessible playground, and adding more restrooms. This master plan reflects our commitment to creating a park that is inclusive, functional, and enjoyable for all visitors. Given the extensive scope of the master plan, we have prioritized accessibility and trail improvements in Phase 1. This would include trail improvements. The trail improvements will increase accessibility and wayfinding for park users. This would provide a paved multimodal route for users to access the park and get through the park to other amenities within the city, also helping connect up towards the Ridgefield Wildlife Refuge. The addition of 3 new picnic shelters in the Abrams Park will greatly increase the usability of the space, especially during the rainy months of the year, which is about 6 months of the year. Currently, our only picnic shelter in the park sees very heavy traffic with multiple reservations per day. The community has shared a desire to have more reservable spaces for events within the park. Finally, this phase will include adding an accessible playground closer to the existing large playground, which is just here next to the baseball field. We plan to implement the accessible improvements for existing facilities such as bathrooms, concessions, Bennett Hall, which is our current picnic shelter, as well as the parking lot to ensure users can access everything within the park. The total project budget is approximately $1.3 million. We are requesting $500,000 from the Recreation and Conservation Office, which represents about 39% of the overall project costs. The city will provide a match of $784,000, or about 54% of the total budget. Administrative, architectural, and engineering expenses are kept to $83,000, which is only 6.9%, or about 7% of the total project costs, which is well below the 20% maximum allowed. Our community engagement efforts have been extensive and inclusive. We gathered input from public leaders, including the Parks Board and City Council. We also conducted community surveys through our engagement platform, Ridgefield Roundtable, receiving more than 500 responses. Additionally, we held numerous stakeholder meetings with local neighbors, user groups, and community service organizations to ensure broad-based input and support. The community's input has been instrumental in shaping the master plan for Abrams Park. Through our engagement efforts, 3 primary priorities emerged: enhancing the natural environment, improving trails, and addressing parking and accessibility issues. These priorities are reflected throughout the master plan, ensuring that the park meets the needs and desires of our residents. We have formed valuable partnerships with various user groups and organizations, including the Ridgefield Little League, the Pacific Soccer Club, and the Ridgefield Garden Association. These collaborations have been essential in understanding the needs of different user groups and ensuring the park serves a broad spectrum within our community. Our project includes significant landscaping with native plantings, which will enhance the park's natural beauty and sustainability. We're also developing a resource management plan to guide future maintenance and conservation efforts. This plan will focus on reducing the need for heavy machinery and promoting sustainable practices throughout the park. The park will be accessible via multiple trail networks, promoting healthy lifestyles through increased physical activity and opportunities for social interaction. The enhanced trails and playground facilities will provide spaces for exercise, play, and community gatherings, contributing to the overall well-being of our residents. The improved park facilities will support local economic development by attracting visitors and hosting special events and other community activities. These activities will not only enhance the community's quality of life, but also bring economic benefits to the local businesses through increased foot traffic and tourism. We've identified several strategies to maximize cost efficiencies. These include leveraging local appropriations, securing additional grants, and encouraging volunteer support and donations. Our design approach emphasizes the use of sustainable and locally sourced materials, which will help minimize construction and maintenance costs in the long term. In conclusion, Abrams Park has been an integral part of Ridgefield's history and community life. The proposed improvements will modernize the park, focusing on accessibility and community engagement. We are eager to partner with the Recreation and Conservation Office to bring this project to fruition. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Corey.
Thank you, Carl.
Sure, questions on this one? Roxanne, go ahead.
How you doing, Roxanne?
Good. Thanks for your presentation, Corey.
It's good to see you again.
Yeah. It feels like this park is maybe a different classification of the rest of your system. I don't know if there's a slide that can show us your other parks and how this one is distinguishable.
Yeah, this is definitely our largest park for sure. It's our oldest park. It's kind of the gem of our park system. So it's definitely our largest community park. So we kind of designate our parks as community parks, neighborhood parks, and pocket parks. And this is definitely the largest of the community parks.
And on slide 19, I guess if you can talk a little bit more about the playground and make sure the application materials in your budget seem to reflect a new, accessible, younger age equipment, but you're only resurfacing around your existing older age system. Is that true? And maybe one more forward, because there's a picture of, there we go. In the left, is that your existing
No,
playground?
these are examples from other communities.
Okay, but you're not actually putting in a older age unit, is that correct?
No, we already have a larger like traditional playground that's for some older kids. And so the accessible playground, essentially what we're doing is, right now our accessible playground is down here closer to our youth taught lot playground is down here by number 17. And so the idea is to remove that playground because it's aging, and the other 17. My apologies.
Sorry.
There it is, right there.
This 17.
Perfect. So it's currently right here. So the idea is to decommission this playground, because it is aging, and then create a new accessible playground that would be right next to. So here at 18 would be the new playground, and on the other side of that trail is our current playground.
And is the current playground being removed and replaced?
No. The larger structure would still be there. Next to it would be the accessible playground for younger youth.
Do you have something in here that shows us what the current playground looks like?
I do not.
Envision them being together. Okay. And the surfacing, you are going to change to rubber matting and tiles. Is it already rubber or is that new?
It's currently wood chip, so we'd be changing it to rubber tiles so that the accessible playground going next to it would the current would have the new surfacing placed into it, and then next to it is the accessible playground as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Roxanne.
Go ahead, Jill.
Yeah, I wanted to just confirm, it looks like in your description of work, it has a gravel trail surfacing, but in the presentation, and then I thought I heard you say it was paved. So I just wanted to confirm that.
I apologize for the confusion on that. There are certain trails that would be gravel, and there'd be certain ones that would be dirt. So trail 25 on this map would be a gravel trail.
Okay.
Trail 17 would be a gravel trail. However, the trail for where six comes across and where 1 is down in the corner, this trail that will connect across the bridge and go all the way north to the refuge, that would be paved. As well as the trails down by the baseball fields, these would be paved down here as well.
Okay.
So topographically, the amenities here in the center of the park are lower down, and the rest of the park is it's in kind of a larger ravine.
Got it. Okay. And I assume you're phasing the project, or are the fields there right now?
Most of the fields are where they are.
Okay.
The shift that we're making for us right now is currently our softball field, which is number 11, is currently over where the number 12, there are some soccer fields here. So we're actually going to be moving the softball field and moving soccer fields over into this place, simply because our current softball field is not regulation size. So by shifting it, we would get a regulation size softball, which is going to be more equitable for our community.
That's great. And just from my own knowledge, I guess, how big is this park overall?
That's 41 acres.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Other questions? Information that folks need? All right. Looks like we're good to go. Thanks again, Corey. Appreciate
Perfect.
it.
Thank you all. Good luck with the rest of the presentations.
All right. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. No, we already had lunch, so there we go. All right, moving up to Redmond, and it looks like Cameron is here and Ashley. Welcome. Cameron, will you be presenting this one?
I will. I also have Lorraine Hamilton, director here as well.
All right. Very good. Well, welcome to all of you. Thank you for presenting. Can you see your title slide?
I can, yes.
Great. Cameron, I'll pass you control. Go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to take that.
All right, it's working.
Perfect. All right, go right ahead whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you so much. My name's Cameron Zapata. I'm a senior planner here with Lorraine Hamilton, Parks and Recreation Director, and we're both from the city of Redmond, and also joined with Ashley Knapp, our grants consultant, and we're here to present the community's plans for a new park in our growing Southeast Redmond neighborhood. Oops. The city of Redmond is in King County, 15 miles east of Seattle. Southeast Redmond Park is centrally located in Southeast Redmond neighborhood, and it combines residential and industrial uses, but it does lack a developed park. Our goal is to transform a vacant lawn into a neighborhood park with a variety of play amenities for residents and workers of all ages and abilities. meet local priorities. The 3.2-acre property is undeveloped with gently sloping topography and an open lawn. In Southeast Redmond, neighborhood is home to over 7,000 people and is ethnically diverse with nearly 60% of Asian descent and 1 in 5 speaking a language other than English at home. The neighbors reside within single-family, middle housing, and apartment units across 5 different developments. And additionally, a new multifamily development is adding 170 units just to the east of the site. These homes are generally lack backyard space, so the community needs a local park with a variety of amenities. The neighborhood houses the city's largest industrial and manufacturing center with shipping, warehouses, and business parks nearby. And a new business center is planned north of the park. And despite the diverse economic base of living wage jobs, workers still lack the green space. And this is the main park entrance. It faces Genie lift equipment manufacturer. And to buffer the use and the noise, the community needs greenery, yet the park is bare and an open lawn. Community members are also interested in rewilding the park to reflect the Pacific Northwest ecology by planting native and climate resilient plants to increase the biodiversity and reestablish the natural process. This map here shows the park's 10-minute walk shed across in purple, and despite the area's density, there are no developed parks within the neighborhood. Nearby parks, Southeast Redmond Open Space, Arthur Johnson Park, and Evans Creek Preserve are also undeveloped natural areas. And outside the neighborhood, King County's Marymore Park is over 2 miles away, and it's separated by Highway 202 and not easily accessible by walking or biking. The city acquired this property in 2002 with plans to acquire additional land from Cadman Gravel to the north, but that opportunity has not yet materialized. Meanwhile, the city's population did grow by 62% from 2000 to 2020, twice the rate of King County's population growth during that same period. Community members are excited about this park's redevelopment and requested a host of amenities like basketball, pickleball courts, playgrounds, walking paths, picnic facilities, community gardens, and more natural areas so that they could participate in their favorite activities without having to drive to the park. And with about 600 children within a 10-minute walk of the park, community members wanted a large playground for children of all ages and abilities, as well as hangout areas for teenagers. And because this community lacks a central gathering space, they also need a defining feature for building community identity and sense of place. So now's the time to develop this park. Our project aligns with the 2023 Park Arts, Recreation, Culture, and Conservation Plan by expanding access through developing undeveloped parkland, enhancing capacity, recreational variety, and promoting access, equity, and inclusion. This project will expand access for all as it prioritizes investments in underserved communities and creates parks tailored to community needs. It innovates for the future by expanding the city's park system to meet current and future demands with facilities designed for multiple users or multiple uses, and protect the natural environment by rewilding the park and enhancing the natural resources, and it also adapts to climate change impacts. Project scope. The 3.2-acre property is currently a gentle sloped grassy open field devoid of any natural features or amenities, and this project aims to provide easily accessible, close to home recreational opportunities for residents and workers by providing gathering spaces, amenities, and community identity while enhancing that site's ecology. As a neighborhood park, most visitors will walk or bike using the existing sidewalks which surround the park, and the existing on-street parking with shade trees will be sufficient. Required ADA parking will be included, and its location will be determined during the permitting phase. This map here shows the sidewalks and bike lanes throughout the neighborhood, with both along the main street of 188th Avenue Northeast, and employees and neighbors can walk or bike to the park. The defining feature of the park will be Sunset Hill, a hill with an accessible path going upward and universally designed seating up at the top to show the distant Forest Ridge views. The entryways will buffer the neighborhood from the adjacent industrial zones with pollinator gardens, unique artwork, community gardens, and native tree plantings. We'll optimize the site by placing the informal open lawn on the west side and surrounding it with tree-lined walking paths, and play amenities are to the east on the wider side of the park. The center of the park will feature active amenities like the play areas for children of all ages and abilities, and teen hangout with multi-purpose sports courts and seating, as well as seating for adults. Accessible walking paths will connect to these areas. The project will install the most requested amenities to meet the community's diverse needs, and this includes playgrounds, pickup soccer and field games, community gathering, biking, basketball, pickleball, tennis, picnicking, walking, gardening, and nature viewing. Project design fit. The design meets the needs of the neighborhood by including community gardens, an open lawn, a large play field, that Sunset Hill, hard courts, and 3 entryways and interconnected pathways. And the open lawn does include that rewilded area with trees and native plants. Sunset Hill will offer scenic views of the surrounding forest ridges with an ADA accessible walkway leading up to a gathering space up at the summit, and it'll feature inclusive seating. And this hill is going to be the anchor of the park, and it'll, again, include those scenic views. The design, it reshapes the flat terrain by sculpting berms to form that Sunset Hill, and that's shown there in orange. And then there'll also be depressions for rain gardens, and that's shown in blue. The playground and the hard courts are located at the base of Sunset Hill with accessible features for wheelchair users. Play equipment is divided by age with areas for ages 2 to 5, and that's shown in red, and 5 to 12 shown in orange. And the zip line and swings are placed strategically to avoid collisions. And then all play areas have a rubber surfacing. A large covered seating area will also offer full views of the playground. The flex court is a colorful space for basketball as well as biking and skateboarding, and it'll be surrounded by seat walls and grass for lounging. And then a pickleball and tennis court is buffered by trees. Interconnected promenade and secondary paths, all accessible at over 6 feet in width, will unify the park. Seating shown in blue is distributed throughout to offer both active and quiet spaces. And then a portable restroom will also be screened by wood to match the design of the park, and it's shown there in yellow at the middle entrance. So the budget is based on a master plan designed by a landscape architecture firm, and it includes a 15% contingency. And we've completed the 30% design, and we aim to reach the 90% design by June of 2026, and then secure permits by January of 2027. And a noise study will be conducted during the permitting phase to assess the need for any additional noise attenuation. Project engagement methods. Throughout the master plan process, we engage the community by hosting a neighborhood party on site with lawn games, toys, and everyone's favorite was the ice cream truck. And we asked the 181 attendees who reflected the neighborhood to vote with stickers on pictures of the potential park amenities they wanted. It also included some coloring sheets where children were able to draw pictures of what they wanted to see, and adults were able to provide their input on these wooden tags posted at the site. 3 in-person and virtual meetings were held to gather community feedback on the concept plans and conducted 3 surveys, and we received 193 responses at our Let's Connect Redmond website. Project engagement community. Sunset Hill was a community suggestion at the neighborhood party, and it was highly supported, and it was the most popular feature of all 3 of the concepts that were provided. And residents also wanted to see natural spaces that reflected that Pacific Northwest feel, so the plan does include extensive rewilding of the vacant lawn. And then one of the more creative ideas, and my personal favorite that was brought up, was a waffle buffet, and that was suggested by one of the neighborhood kids. However, due to the many challenges of that, we weren't able to move forward with that one. And the final concept, it merged the features of all 3 of the alternatives, and the popular futuristic playground shown in yellow and natural play areas shown in blue were included. And to address traffic and noise concerns, formal play fields or sports fields were excluded, and playground was located further north away from the houses. Project engagement partnerships. The All Volunteer Parks, Trails, and Recreation Commission have regularly reviewed these plans, and they recommended that the City Council adopt this master plan. And also in a letter of support by the Woodbridge Homeowners Association, which is just south of the site, stated that they strongly believe that the neighborhood park at this proposed location would not only provide young adults, teenagers, and young kids a safe and healthy outdoor opportunity. And they also noted, quote, had great representation from our community in the design and the planning phase. The entire community was pumped to help shape this park. Sustainability. Approximately 3/4 of an acre of this property will be rewilded with those native plantings, large trees, diverse understory, pollinator gardens, rain gardens for stormwater infiltration, and it'll also be maintained in compliance with our climate resiliency and sustainability in vegetation management plan to meet the city's climate commitments. Social factors. The park's primary goal is to create a community hub for residents and employees, and it'll feature gathering spaces with seating, the new Sunset Hill, public art at the entryways, and it fosters cultural connections and community building. And the limited on-street parking will encourage walking or biking to this park. Economic factors. The new stormwater facilities increased tree canopy will create efficiencies with stormwater management, and also employees from local businesses will be able to grab lunch from local food trucks and eat lunch at the park and enjoy themselves. Cost efficiency. Irrigation valves are already in place at the site, and the city's existing staff will handle maintenance. Rewilded areas will also help to reduce mowing. Also, the city's community garden program requires gardeners to volunteer 8 hours per season to help with the general community garden maintenance, totaling about 144 hours of volunteer maintenance per year, valued over $3,000. So thank you so much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Cameron. All right, questions from the committee. Jill, go ahead.
Thanks, Cameron. That was a nice presentation. I do have a question. Did you say that you have portable restrooms proposed for this park?
Yeah, so at the middle of the park, there is, just trying to figure out the slide. There is proposed to be like a porta potty. This is considered a neighborhood park, and so people close by, users of the park, are generally people who are close to the park. So we'll have a space for a porta potty. And let's see.
Sorry, I took control back. Are you trying to point to something?
Yeah, you can leave it here, but kind of in the middle of the park is an area proposed for a porta potty, and it'll have some screening so that it doesn't stand out from the rest of the park.
Okay. Were you proposing to have events at the park, or did I misinterpret that?
No, no programmed events unless someone would like to, and we have a permitting process for those.
Great, thank you.
Go ahead, Roxanne.
Great. You had mentioned that there was a large limited English-speaking community in the area. So can you speak to how they were engaged in the outreach and what influence it had on the design?
Sure. And so everyone was invited to our community outreach events. We did have, there we go. So just within that neighborhood, there is 60% Asian ethnicity. We didn't have any translators. We did have the online questionnaire available, and hopefully through that people are able to provide or are able to get translations through that, but we didn't have a translator. But we did ask for everyone's opinion and kind of showed how, if maybe there were some language barriers, to show or place stickers on the pictures of what they wanted to see. So trying to make it as easy as possible for everyone to participate.
Good, thanks. Go ahead, Genevieve.
Yeah, I just was curious. I know there's limited on-site parking. You mentioned street parking. Will there be a dedicated ADA parking spot?
As part of our permitting process, we will be conducting a parking study to identify if additional on-site parking will be needed. We currently don't show any on-site parking, and as part of that, we will be including an ADA compliant parking space. And the location of that will be determined at the permitting process. So we don't show exactly where that would be, but of course it would comply with the federal regulations.
Thanks.
I imagine a lot of folks will walk from the neighborhood, but is on-street parking available?
There is on-street parking available, yes.
Okay.
And yeah, it's actually on the south. Currently, it's on the south side of the street here on Northeast 68th. But there are talks of when we do that parking study, is it a possibility where we could move the parking to the north side of Northeast 68th so that people aren't having to cross? We do have plans for, or the plan does show a crosswalk at that intersection by the yellow dot. Yes. But we do want to explore if we can move that parking up to the north side of the street.
Yeah, that makes sense. Go ahead, Jill.
Sorry, I just had one follow-up. For your partnerships, did you have any, I may have missed that. I apologize if I did.
I was going fast. So our partnerships that we did have were mostly involved with the Parks, Trails, and Recreation Commission. It's a city commission of all volunteers who were able to review the concepts and the plans in conjunction with our consultant to provide their input. And we also did receive a letter of support from, it's called the Woodbridge community, from their homeowners association.
All right, thank you so much.
Thanks. Laureen, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I did. I was on the parking question. The other item that I wanted to make people aware of is that there is a commercial property to the north of the park that's going to be redeveloped, and there is conversation of MOUs or partnership with them to allow us to use some of that parking, particularly after business hours and on the weekends when there may be more traffic at the park. So that is a conversation that's also being had around parking for this site. I will note that we had that community party, the outreach party that Cameron was talking about, and had about 160 people there, and there was still parking available on the street even with that number of people in the park. So it's a lot more street parking than it actually appears, but we are also having conversations about that MOU to the north.
Great, thank you. Any other questions for Redmond or clarifications needed? Okay, looks like we're good to go. Thanks so much, all of you, for joining us, and Cameron for your presentation.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thanks, you too. Okay, break 2:10, right on time. Holy smokes. See you back here at probably 15 minutes, 2:25 for sprinkler project.
Mm-hmm. And Carl, to confirm, I'm recusing myself, but I can stay in the room.
Oh yeah.
I think before you had said, if needed, can I answer questions as long as I'm not commenting during review or scoring it? Or no?
Far as I know, if there's some clarifying question that your presenter cannot answer, I assume that would be fine.
I thought you had said that to Jill. I just wanted to be.
Yeah, I did. I mean, I could double check with Tessa. She knows our new policy a little better. Maybe I'll do that here at the break just to confirm. But I'm assuming that would be fine as long as you're just not presenting.
In prison, it says I recuse myself from commenting on and scoring this application. So I didn't know if responding to questions was doing well. So just let us know before we get started. I think Ted will be fine, but I have been more involved with the fundraising side.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, I'll try to find out here at break. So thanks.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back, everybody. There we go. All right, next up, Pierce County project at Sprinker. Looks like Ted will be presenting this one. Hello, Ted, welcome.
Hello.
All right, and Roxanne, I confirmed that I was wrong. The answer is no. We actually asked that you don't also do not participate in the Q&A. So thanks for asking. And Jill, my apologies, but I don't think you answered any questions, so it didn't matter the other day. So we're all good. All right, Ted, well, I'm going to pull up the presentation. You see that okay?
I do.
Okay, I'll pass you control. There you are. Click on the screen. You should be able to activate that and advance your slides. There we go. Nice. Well, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ted Yoder, Design and Construction Supervisor for Pierce County Parks. Thank you for the opportunity to send our community's request for $500,000 for conversion of grass sport fields to artificial turf at Sprinker Recreation Center, outdoor sports complex serving over 170,000 residents. As a production, mouse is rolling too fast. Sorry about that. As an introduction, the project site is Parkland, an unincorporated area in Pierce County Park in the South Puget Sound area. Sprinker Recreation Center, located on the Parkland-Spanaway border, and the entire area is unincorporated but highly populated. In fact, the urban growth area of Parkland, Spanaway, Midland is 80,000 residents, and the 5-mile service area of 170,000 residents would make it the second largest city in Pierce County, just behind Tacoma's 200,000. Oh, too sensitive. For phase one, 2 synthetic ball fields with multi-purpose capacity, and the outfields were put in. They're in the grade area. On the right, with phase 2AB, on the left, we will add 4 turf ball fields with 3 multi-purpose field overlays across the outfield. Synthetic turf is a necessity in the Pacific Northwest, and the only way to expand the sports and play is part of the county's commitment to get every youth in South Pierce County active. Yeah. The need. Phase 2 development area is not a great complex right now. It's 3 grass fields, 2 are fenced with lighting, and 1 smaller practice field. These are primarily used for adult softball and do not support old-age baseball. They're rarely used for other sports due to infields or drainage and risk of overuse. We're actively trying to restore and repair the grass turf after phase 1 construction limited the access to them, so they are useful while we pursue this project. Tournaments currently are challenging now, split between grass fields and the new turf fields.
Hey, Ted, hold up just 1 minute. We're having a little, your audio is a little choppy. Can you just turn off your video? Sometimes that helps with the bandwidth, and then we might hear you a little better.
How do I scroll that if I
I mean, I'm sorry, just turn off your camera. You should be,
Sorry.
that's what I meant. Yeah, not the whole thing. Hopefully that'll help a little bit with your audio. Okay, sorry. All right. You can carry on.
Okay. So figure out where I sits. Sprinkler serves residents locally and regionally. There are 730,000 residents within 10 miles of the center, and 42.2% of them are BIPOC. There's not another regional sports complex within the 5-mile service area. And the county's other sports complex, Heritage, Orange, 8 miles away, primarily serves unincorporated Puyallup, and the Gold Dot, Metro Parks Sarah Complex serving Tacoma. There are 170,000 residents within 5 miles that surround Sprinkler as its primary base of the immediate area is considered a blue zone, or is designated community, which is a health initiative to transform communities with high health risk factors and to provide infrastructure, make the healthy choice. This is important because in this area, income is lower, diversity is higher, disability rates are higher, and health is poorer. Healthy activities are a necessity. This diverse community desires to play more and different sports than are currently offered. Our plans all indicate a per capita sport field deficit to meet the needs of the growing population in Pierce County. The Parkland, Spanaway, Midland area has grown over 40% in the last 20 years and is a priority area for investment just to catch up. Sport summits were held fall of 2023 to map systems and service gaps from youth, wider perspectives, identifying the need for facilities to serve older youth, hence the high school regulation field for baseball and multi-purpose overlays for soccer, football, lacrosse, and multi-sport use to recapture the older youth who are now leading the community to play competitive sports. We need over 14 sport fields to meet current and future capacity for baseball and 10 multi-purpose. This project helps with 3 of the 5 activity areas of interest: soccer, other multi-purpose fields like football and lacrosse, and baseball. The other categories are indoor sports and specialized outdoor recreation like mountain biking. A recent state of play report found that only 16% of the youth area were active daily, and the rate of completely inactive greatly surpassed county and state averages. Tie between sport and physical and mental health is strong, and the report showed this area of the community is experiencing consequences of this lack of continuity programming. Right now, we serve about 800 youth and limit the number of sports and hours of play to mitigate the impact on grass turf. We are only utilizing the fields a fraction of the seasons, days, and hours that we could with synthetic turf. The expansion of the site capacity and fewer losses due to rainouts, we expect a strong profile serving over 5,000 players annually once the complex is turf. The scope of this project is to expand youth sports opportunities by developing artificial turf fields that serve more sports, more seasons, and more levels of play. It's part of a strategy to serve all 30,000 local youth equitably. The site is to be restored and expanded as the main destination for recreation and competitive sports of all youth in the South Pierce County. The complete phase 2 project will develop 4 turf ball fields with 3 multi-purpose overlays to complete the sports complex. Final elements of the outdoor improvements of sprinkler recreation. This project is large, requiring $17 million in investment in all, which has resulted in us breaking it into 2 parts, A and B. Scope for 2B is half of the fourplex. The A and B projects are both basically equal. However, 2B will convert the 2 west grass ball fields into 2 synthetic turf ball fields on a high school regulation size and include 1 complete multi-purpose field across the adjoining outfields. Further, we will have multi-purpose field lines and features to the north multi-purpose field that connects A and B. This 2B project has the incremental costs of making North Field functional once both base turf for both A and B is in place. All amenities for play for the multi-sports will be included except fencing, restroom building, which we will add as construction. Priority feature of this project is they will be designed to serve the need, designed for multi-sports, and will drain properly. Project will be accessible, landscaped, and integrated into the park for a seamless flow and quality experience. Accessibility of the full site is important as this site will support an adult Special Olympics and adaptive sport programs offered through a local partner. In addition to the lined synthetic turf, each field will have dugouts, scoreboards, and spectator seats. Give youth the chance to play under the lights and from family and friends year-round in both league and tournament play. Our cost estimate includes taxes, contingency, and escalation, and was prepared based on our costs in phase 1. This $8.6 million project is just for 2B of the work. We'll engage in design and permitting in early 2025, be able to move the project to 90% design documents and RCO funding issue. Bid and begin work in 2026, and the complex will be complete in 2027. Engagement. We interacted with several members of the community, focusing on Parkland, Spanaway, Midland users in the 5-mile radius around the site during the Sprinkler Master Plan process. While there was support for many different phase 1 improvements, concerns were voiced about the quality of the fields and our play more sports more consistent. While the ball and soccer fields cannot be used simultaneously, we'll be able to expand and cross seasons, fully programming fields without rotating rest, high risk of rainout. Following public outreach, we engaged sport field users in a sports summit and participated in state play assessment, which led to an inventory of all uses and needs in the region, identifying 10 to 18-year-old youth and the need for high school regulation fields and multi-purpose fields service staff. Engagement drove the focus on a design that would support multi-sports and retain the grandeur of the site. As a follow-up to the State of Play report, the South Pierce Active Kids Coalition was formed to work at advancing programs and facilities. Field United is a nationwide sports provider committed to funding and programming to help ensure all 30,000 youth in the area can become involved in sports and outdoor recreation. Schools and nonprofits are also committed to this project and this work as sports sampling clinics improve coaching quality and fully activate the site to meet the needs of the community. Sustainability. Low maintenance landscaping and greening efforts will replace the natural elements in this park. They will reduce carbon emissions from mowing, reduce grass water usage, and eliminate use of fertilizer and chemicals. This project saves over 500 annual hours of maintenance time and is better for the environment. Socially, the site is well positioned to invite the community in. Construction of an ADA accessible parkland community trail is appearing in 2024 to connect youth and families to the site, and bus transit stops on Fifth Avenue are within 5-minute walk of Sprinter, living beyond safe walking distance. The site is also accessible through bus routes or other local districts. Economically, businesses on Pacific Avenue will benefit from the many heads and beds that are associated with regional, state, and national events that the site can attract upon completion. We'll also be capitalizing on existing equipment and expertise in our system, maintain the new turf fields more cost effectively than the current grass fields. Phase 2 funding is a balanced portfolio with lodging, tax, and private funding bringing nearly 30% to this project. Non-governmental funds are used, and we already have 500,000 from partner committed and anticipate 1 million in outside funds for project 2A as well. 2A has a similar state grant and private funding profile, and we intend to construct A and B together for construction efficiencies, shared costs across the projects. Elements such as parking, pathways, and landscaping, as well as the first 2 fields, are already in place. We opened them last weekend. I appreciate everyone taking time to listen to our plans for Sprinter Recreation Center's regional sports complex and for your support in helping making it a reality. Happy to answer questions.
All right, thank you, Ted. Appreciate that. Questions from the committee or clarifications needed? Jill, go ahead, and then Silvana.
I apologize. Could you show me I had a note here, so I'm trying to remember at the same time as I put my note. But it's under project need. And if you could show me the other fields in your area, I think that there's quite a bit of distance between. There we go.
And
is this the only set of fields in Pierce County's?
No. So if you see the red dot, that is orange dot, if you will. Yes, over there. That's about 8 miles away. It's in Pierce County, but it serves primarily unincorporated Puyallup. Blue dot or the blue arrow on the left, the gold dot, is Metro Parks Sarah Complex in Tacoma.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Go ahead, Silvana.
Let's see, with the partnerships, can you go back to that slide?
Yeah. This one here.
Yeah, okay. I was having a hard time hearing it, so I wanted to see all the different partners. So thank you.
Other questions or any clarifications needed on this one? Jill, go ahead.
I did just have one. Yeah, on the private donation, that's a good slide. Carl, thank you. That is just for this phase of the construction. Is that correct? The one that you're applying for now?
A 2B on the one on the left side of the fourplex. Yeah. Just
The donation that you received from, it looks like Major League Baseball, that's for 2B, the project that you're bringing forward.
The $500,000?
Yes.
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you.
We have another anticipated $1 million for 2A.
Got it. Thank you.
Thanks. Anything else?
Just briefly, I might add, if you're looking at this slide, that commitment says Homes Foundation. I believe we'll name that on the on your document at the top of your document. Different commitment written in there. I think it was Foundation or something. And we will get that changed.
Okay, thanks. All right, well, appreciate you joining us and presenting. Thanks, Ted.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. All right, we're headed back to Eastern Washington, Pullman, and I think I saw Valerie here. There you are. Hello, welcome.
Hi.
All right, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
You can see your title slide, okay?
I do, yes.
Great. I'm going to pass you control. There we go. Go ahead and click on the screen. Make sure that works for you.
Yes.
Good. All right. Well, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Okay. Hi, I'm Valerie, and I'd like to introduce you to the City of Pullman's planned Veterans Memorial Park. Pullman is 7 miles away from the state line and 75 miles south of Spokane. We're the largest city in Whitman County, and we are home to Washington State University. Our project is the Red Star next to city limits at the south there. The site is a 2.81 acre wheat field with large retail to the north, rolling wheat fields to the south and west, and the city cemetery to the east. That's the Red Star there is our project site. Our project goals are to create a solemn yet vibrant outdoor recreation space, a peaceful place of reflection and observation, and a serene community gathering place. And also to provide a cultural experience and historical education focused on honoring and remembering U.S. veterans. The project will provide a unique blend of passive, recreational, outdoor opportunities. This project has been a specific goal in our park's 5-year plan since 2019 and on the capital improvement program. Creating the 5-year plan involved a needs assessment, community survey, as well as citizen input received at open houses. The top 2 responses for the primary reasons people use parks in Pullman were enjoy the outdoors or nature and walk or bike for exercise. The survey asked for 5 recreational activities you'd like to participate in the most. Walking for pleasure was selected the most, and nature walks 5th most. Pullman's comprehensive plan calls out the importance of balancing diverse interests and multi-generational needs of this community. This project honors veterans of all ages and creates a place where families and classrooms can visit and learn. These are some items of importance from public input on the needs survey. This project preserves a valuable property as scenic green space for our community. The 5-year plan's facility inventory rates the city cemetery as a high level of priority. Veterans Park will be developed next to an important and well-kept city gem. Pullman's park system includes 19 parks. The darker circle here is a half-mile radius from the project site. The only other park in that radius is over on the right edge, and that is Sunrise Park, which is in a development or an area where development has halted. It has a drainage pond and a small picnic shelter, and there's not a lot going on there. Some things in that half-mile radius include the city cemetery, many large and small retail sites, eating establishments, the hospital, medical offices, assisted living, retirement community, food bank, and more. This is a key commercial area for Pullman. Veterans Park will be unique in providing a public green space in a well-traveled commercial zone. As the park aims to serve the whole county, not having it nestled deep into a neighborhood makes it convenient, noticeable, and accessible to those visiting from more rural locations. The cemetery is a popular place to take walks, stop in on work breaks, enjoy the mature canopy, and park to enjoy views of the Palouse. But it's not well suited for recreational visitors. This park will enable enjoying this beautiful area in a space designed for recreational visits. The plan for this park was also driven by the local priority of creating a dedicated Veterans Memorial. A war memorial in the heart of downtown, in the red star there, is unable to provide for peaceful moments of remembrance. It's right on State Route 270 and the same site as the WSU Visitor Center, a now prominent landmark. There is a community desire for a dedicated, peaceful space for remembering and honoring those who have sacrificed and served our country. The Veterans Memorial Park project proposes new development on vacant farmland with no history of previous buildings. The site has rolling hills and gentle slopes characteristic of the Palouse. It will be a park that provides a unique blend of passive outdoor recreation opportunities. These activities include cultural and historical observance, reflection, walking, contemplation, grieving, enjoying nature, community gatherings, memorial services, and a place for learning and education. The amenities provided will add to the experience of cemetery goers, as well as nearby shoppers and employees seeking a breath of fresh air. The entry area will welcome visitors with a shade arbor spanning its length and seating beneath. This grant project excludes the ineligible commemorative aspects of the park, which are in gray here, but includes everything outside of that, including a 1/4-mile loop walking path, meandering through native landscaping and many trees, with benches and signage about the history of wars and military service terminology along the way. Other features include the parking area, entry plaza, restroom structure, and bike parking. The excluded commemorative features are symbolic and designed to evoke a meaningful experience. The large central plaza features an engraved memorial wall of large basalt columns and room for over 200 seats. This location, This location was sought specifically for the park's intended purposes. It's next to popular retail sites, but also neighbors the cemetery and will feel secluded thanks to a tree perimeter and topography sloping down towards the fields away from the busier side. The design centers on that desire for a solemn, dedicated veterans memorial space. It develops walking paths and green space that meet community desires and bring something unique into our park system. A lot of thought and care went into the experience of visiting this park. The design thoroughly considers accessibility. A zero curb drop-off serves those for whom a longer walk would be difficult. An ADA ramp ascends from the entry to the paths and plaza. From there, the plan mostly utilizes existing elevation. The inner loop path is ADA friendly. Accessible restroom and parking are provided. The entrance is off of the cemetery access road. There will be 20 parking spaces as well as bicycle parking. Most of the site will be Palouse prairie restoration, planted with native species, which have become very rare in the area. Conservation groups are active in restoration efforts. This also keeps the park's water use conservative for its size. The footprint of structures and surfaces is minimal and keeps majority open space. 135 trees are added and natural drainage is used as a park feature with a bridge over it on the upper loop trail. Providing an outdoor opportunity for cultural and historical interpretation was a big impetus for this park's design. In this development cost overview, landscaping and site preparation are the biggest categories. Our cost estimate was prepared by Sanchez Design Group. This shows our funding breakdown with CIP allotted city funds covering about $500,000 and a big portion coming from community fundraising. This is a very ambitious fundraising goal, and the planning and campaign seek to match that. Park staff had a pre-application meeting with city development staff to get lined out on all of the review and permitting requirements ahead. We anticipate being construction ready in spring of 2026. Methods of gathering input included the shaping of the comp plan and Parks 5-year plan through open houses, the needs assessment survey, community workshops, public hearings, and city council meetings. The park has a special emphasis on veterans and their loved ones, so direct input was sought from local veterans groups. The project design has been influenced from the start by ongoing meetings with American Legion Post 52, which is very active in the community. Park staff and the designers relied heavily on input from veterans to shape a plan that would be meaningful and honoring to them and meet objectives for the community. This plan was also influenced by review and feedback from the cemetery committee. WSU is a big part of the Pullman community, and this project partnered with their School of Design and Construction. Professor Steve Austin volunteered his time to develop the initial design concept, and Sanchez Design Group further developed it into a workable plan and prepared a cost estimate. Sanchez involved WSU students in the design work, giving them a learning opportunity with community impact. Support from the previous property owners has paved the way for this project. The city administrator's family donated a large sign to install at the site to aid community awareness and engagement. Ruben Mays is providing fundraising consulting in a volunteer capacity. He's a certified fundraising executive, received his MBA here at WSU, was a WSU football player, a Seattle Seahawk, former chief development officer at the Pullman Hospital, and now philanthropy officer at Seattle Children's. The design minimizes impact to the site and surrounding areas. It uses the existing grade as much as possible and incorporates existing drainage patterns and ensures the accommodation for multimodal access. The designer planned for simple, low-cost maintenance and repairs and included several local producers and materials native to the area. The landscaping aids Palouse Prairie restoration and lowers operational costs and emissions by eliminating lawn mowing. It also minimizes irrigation use, which is a big help for this region's declining aquifer. Many trees are added, which is good for air quality and climate impacts. This park will be a resource for social and cultural connections, education, unity, and gratitude in a beautiful outdoor setting. The property purchase provided a great reduction in city costs thanks to the support of the sellers. This commercial property right behind Walmart appraised at $685,000, and the purchase price was $300,000. This project relies on a vigorous fundraising effort, and we're glad to have an expert volunteering to lead this committee and its regular meetings and arranging for meetings with potential backers. The team is very motivated to meet funding goals ahead of RCO's match certification deadline. Cash donations are being sought through a variety of methods and media presence. Fundraising is a joint effort between the American Legion, the City of Pullman, and the Cemetery Committee. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you, Valerie. Nice job.
Thank you.
All right. Questions from the committee or any clarifications needed? Ann, go ahead.
Can you talk about how the fundraising is going? Like how much do you have toward the hope for 750,000?
Yeah, I have our Parks Director, Kurt Damon, on the line. I might let him speak to that.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Kurt.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Probably right now we have probably about $150,000 to $200,000 that has been collected and has been pledged as well. Right now, the committee is focusing on I think key stakeholders in the community or those that have been identified as those that have potential and willingness to donate. So we've kind of, with summer, our committee's taken them about a month off, and we will regroup September 9th, I believe, is our next check-in with the committee and updates as we've all been assigned to reach out to, certain donors. So more to come, I guess.
Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Jill, and then Roxanne.
Here, can you show me slide number 10 again, please? That one
Sure.
I fast, and I wanted to let's see. And so you had, looks like playgrounds came in obviously pretty high, and bicycling for pleasure. I was just wondering on this one, I know you were highlighting walking and nature walks, and I was just looking at your, and then in your plan, did you give us any information that this was in an adopted plan? I'm sorry if I missed that.
Yeah, it is in the Parks and Recreation 5-year comprehensive plan, which is our plan currently. We're in progress creating a pros plan right now.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Roxanne.
Yeah, actually, I was wanting to go back to this slide to see how it ranked in your community's overall priorities. So I think I recall seeing this one that is listed in your plan, but in terms of priority investments, did you have anything that rated this site compared to your other projects?
So you're asking about a ranking of investment priorities? Yeah,
I wasn't sure if you said during the piece. I wanted to go see what this was actually telling us in light of that. So I know you have the Veterans in the Cemetery group very involved in the development, but whether the larger community was involved in identifying this project or creating its design.
Roxanne,
Oops.
I'll jump in, Valerie. Roxanne, and maybe this isn't answering the question, but when we did our last 5-year comp plan, I guess Veterans Park, I don't think was specifically listed out as an activity for the community necessarily to rank on that. I guess in hindsight, we probably should have, but I know just it was a goal is because the process really started in 2017 with Steve Austin and the work they did. So that's where it became a long-term goal. But I think as far as a priority for the community to weigh in on it, back in 19 was maybe an oversight on our part.
And I would say, other than the public input on the plans, WSU involvement, and then the, it has been before, like I said, the cemetery committee, which is a public meeting, and at city council meetings. Other than that, the public wasn't closely involved with the design specifically.
Yeah. Well, it looks like you have rankings for activities, maybe not specific projects, but you have the activity rankings, and this hits a couple of those high ones. So,
yeah.
Other other questions or clarifications needed? Jill, did you have something? I wasn't sure you unmuted yourself, but
No,
you're good. Okay.
I want to visit all the places in your backgrounds, everybody. That's nice.
Yeah.
Variety.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I don't see any other hands.
You don't want to visit my
Oh,
house.
no, yeah, that's a little mysterious.
We don't know what's going on back there.
Right.
Maybe
Thank
that's a
you,
good thing.
everybody.
Yeah, thank you for joining us, sharing your project. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Heading to College Place, Veterans Park. And is Michael here? Yeah, there you are.
I'm here.
All right. Welcome.
Thank you.
Pull this up for you. I'm going to pass you control. Go ahead and click on the screen, make sure that works.
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
Awesome.
Okay, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Hey, well, great. Good afternoon, committee. Thank you for being here today so I can present this. So Mike Riztello, City Administrator here, City of College Place, come to you today for this project, so Veterans Park renovation. As you can see here, requesting $500,000, local match $690,000. That's comprised of money we have in our REIT 2, which we sock away for renovating parks, and then also development fees because this is a developing area. Just to highlight where we're at, we're in the far, far southeast part of the state, adjacent to Walla Walla, 2 miles from the Oregon border, and about an hour's drive southeast of Tri-Cities. So this shows you where this is in relative to everything else. So our community is very dense, about 5,000 people, a square mile, population's just shy of 10,000. We have 4 parks. Currently, you're all helping us renovate Lions Park, and that's being redone right now. So thank you for that. Kiwanis Park was redone. And then this park, we're trying to upgrade because it's a new neighborhood. All the young families live over there. So it's very important. As you can see in the map here, this is Homestead Development, Haven Homes. So it's a park a little over an acre right behind Rogers Advanced Elementary School and Walla Valley Academy. And it really serves as the key town square park for that neighborhood because you have about 300 families separated from the rest of the city by Whitman Drive. That is the park. So an earlier phase of this, you can see here the phasing plans, the stuff that's highlighted in the red. That's being paid for by Youth Athletic Facilities Grant. Thank you for that. So adding pickleball and basketball. However, next step, what can we do if everything in the community wants? Because we had overarching park survey for a city. and then one just for neighborhood residents. And beyond the two that the earlier grants paid for, big thing is new playground equipment. The old stuff was from, frankly, Walmart, the developer put in. You have 300 families and visitors ransacking it all the time. Really gets beat up quick. Also, multi-use fields, play soccer and so forth, restrooms, utilities, paved circulation paths, everything you would expect in a town square type park. Just showing you here, our public parks, this is separated. The homestead communities at the far west end of the city, everything else is more in the central, south central section. So a little bit north of an acre, but it gets a lot of use, has all younger families right behind the Adventist school system, about a mile and a quarter west of our public elementary school, and then university campus. So a lot of stuff going on, very few parks, and we do the best we can with what we have. This shows you the overarching location of it right in the middle of the homestead subdivision, so it gets all use from that. This is a picture of existing equipment out there. I mean, again, because it's newer, we're making do with what we have, but this was before we put in the park requirements and such, and it's definitely getting in decayed condition. We need to have a nice diversity of uses for what the community expects in that park. This directly ties to our plan goals. So EA1 for providing broad public and private park recreation plan system, meeting needs of all age and income groups. CO3, so family-friendly, community-oriented city for residents and visitors with a sense of engagement. HW3, promoting use of city parks and rec activities. And then goal FI1, which is maintain vibrant park amenities and facility integrity. And specific recommendations for Veterans Park. Newer Park, they had bare bones amenities from the developer at the time. So recommendation is continue to evaluate the needs of the growing neighborhood, make sure all needs are being met. Now it's about built out that phase of homestead. So now we're trying to address everyone's needs here. You can also see where our growth pattern is at. We have a larger residential development that's going to be getting close to getting built just due west of it. We have a new airport getting renovated directly to the west of it, and then there's a very large development to the south. So we are a growing community, just trying to catch up our amenities to equal that population. Some key data, our median household incomes below the state average, so 80,000, and then disabled population slightly above. I like to see at-risk profile here, so just show you some information there. Our initial population over there is roughly about 388, median age just shy of 38, and 11 households are below the poverty level, and population by age. I mean, under 18, 105, 18 64, 214. So young community, diverse community, trying to catch up the amenities to serve everyone. So what kind of park should we develop? Restrooms, benches, those are the key. Improving existing facilities, just north of 40%, and developing more active recreation, 37%. So we're trying to meet those gaps. You can see the restroom and all that, and the developing active recreation and all that. Those are all very high on the list, and also showing that we have a deficit for our park properties. We're still below about 80 acres. So our open space is only 19 acres. So a lot of people, very little open land. We make do with what we can have. Scope, you can see this, adding trees, field, restrooms, circulation paths, everything, and make this well used for the amount of people using it. So here, just a little SketchUp drawing of the turf and also playground equipment, Veterans Park. So we're trying to go with a military theme there, so you can see flavor of that. And then again, the phase 2 estimates just north of $1 million. So in the restroom, multi-use field, playground equipment, arbors, so there's proper shade and everything, and then the pedestrian network. For sustainability, we are proud to be the first Blue Zones community in the state of Washington with Walla Walla, so it's a regional effort. So that means we embrace the Power 9 philosophy for healthy living. Parks are a part of that. Also, it's immediately adjacent to our public transit transit network, Valley Transit. So it's within about a quarter of a mile of that. It's all younger families nearby, so it gets a lot of use. As you can see, a lot of visitors come here too. We have a regional Korean War memorial. So this would dovetail into everything. A lot of project support for this over years. Rotary, they help us with the trees. They help us fundraise for this. They've been a great help. I'm also a new Rotary member. So a lot of work goes into making our parks as pristine as they can be and serve everyone's needs. And then here you can see a little aerial map of the homestead development. And then the red highlight is where the park is at. Very dense, a lot of young families. Connection Rest community, not as great as we mentioned. We're working on it, but that's what makes this park so important for the community. So we are seeking your assistance to take this thing to the next level. With that, thank you.
Great, thank you, Michael. All right, questions from the committee? Genevieve, go ahead, and then Roxanne.
Yeah, hi, Michael. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the engagement methods and engagement with the community about this project. Did you do anything specifically with the neighborhood that you're hoping it will serve?
Yes, so we had a survey directly targeted to the neighborhood that was mailed to all the homeowners there. Also, when we had the ribbon cutting for the Korean War Memorial, we sent out invites to everyone. We gave folks surveys at that time as well. And then for the community at large, since this park does tend to get people outside the community because of the Korean War Monument, we also had surveys going out at the farmers market and movies at the park, and then Halloween when we do the trick-or-treating. And we're currently engaging, updating our park plan now, and we're doing the same thing again. So we have really captured all elements of this, and the themes have stayed the same. About, we know we have very little park property and trying to get as much as we can on the little bit of acreage we have throughout.
Great, thank you. And then my other question was just, is there a budget slide, Carl? I can't remember what number it was, but I was wondering, in your application, it talks a little bit about private grant and then local appropriations. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, certainly. So as far as the grants go on this, and you can see a little bit of the finance on the first slide. So the request is $500,000, local matches about 690,000, and then I have the split for that dedicated between REIT 2. So our council adopted a councilmanic REIT 2, and we just sock money in there to fix up our parks and really serve as a local match for grants. And then we also have impact fees coming, because if you go on one of the later slides, I showed that there is a development where Homestead's going to continue to be built to the west, and they'll pay into this. Regardless, we do have the money in the REIT 2 account to float the local match. I'm just being upfront of how I think the money is going to be going in and out, though.
Great, thank you.
Go ahead, Jill.
Hi there. Is the Korean War Memorial, or the Korean War Memorial, excuse me, located on this site?
Yes.
Okay, that's, and then I guess under your metrics, you have a developer contribution. Is that the REIT 2 or the park mitigation?
Yeah. Correct.
Okay. And then do you have any sustainability in the project? I didn't see that, but I could have missed it.
Well, I mean, I think the sustainability on that is we're going to be working on energy efficient lighting and the sprinkler system. So we are engaged with a consultant called McKinstry, and actually we end up getting one of those energy efficiency blueprint grants, whereas we're developing this thing, we're ensuring that all of our technologies are sustainable and energy efficient. And then on top of that, it's in the middle of an established community of now low-income folks that need this active recreation. So all that dovetails into sustainability elements. And this project specifically was listed as one of the key priorities for blue zones when we were wrapping up and getting our official designation, which we did get designated this April.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Go ahead, Roxanne.
You go back to slide 4, I think.
Sure.
And I think it's more of your system overview, which we saw a few times, but it looks like up above it, right under settlement, it says Kiwanis
Oh, oops,
Park.
that must have been left over from another PDF. Good catch. Oops.
So that's not the park location. I
No.
think we showed this one's here and everything else is to the east of it.
Yeah, literally everything is far to the east. Yeah.
All right, great. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Any other clarification? All right, I think we're good to go. Thanks, Michael. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, we've arrived at a break. About 5 minutes ahead of schedule. So why don't you come back in 15 at 3:35 and we will continue on.
Hello, can you guys hear us?
Yep, can hear you just fine. Welcome.
Oh,
We'll get started here in just a minute.
all right. I gotta move you to a different speaker.
Okay.
Okay, can you guys speak again?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
All right, I'm gonna have Nick talk. Just make sure you can hear him. Yeah. Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, Nick. Yep, we can hear you both just fine, or at least I can. I see some nodding from our committee. Thank you.
Okay, great. I'm glad I called in now because we saw 340 and now I see 335. So
Yeah, we're running 5 minutes ahead of schedule. Usually I ask the grant managers to reach out real quickly and I completely forgot. But yeah, thanks for jumping on a little early.
yep, here we are.
All right, well, folks, bottom of the ninth, end of the week. We got our closers here, the last couple presentations. So Hans and Nick, thank you for joining us. I'm going to pass you. Wait, let me start your presentation first. That would help. Not that. This one here. There we go. Can you see that?
See ya.
Great. All right. We got our last acquisition.
Am I able to control or do I have to say next slide?
I'm going to pass it to you.
Okay.
So you can control. If it doesn't work, then I'll go ahead and take it back. But go ahead and try to click on the screen. That should work for you.
Yeah.
Great. All right. Well, you can start whenever you're ready.
Someone mentioned an echo. Is that an issue or are we...
Not for me.
Nobody else is getting that? I'm hearing everything
now
twice.
Now there's something.
Yeah,
I don't know if
it
it's
sounds
an
like we're
echo or
going-
just another feed. I don't know what.
It sounds like another device is on that we're.
Do you have two devices? You could mute one and.
We're just on one device ourselves. It sounds like someone else is on somehow. I don't know.
I'm not sure. Well, why don't you go ahead and get started and we'll see.
How it goes. All right.
Yeah, it seems to be better for me now, just FYI. I think it's fixed.
Okay. All right, you guys ready? Don't start the clock till we start.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, here we go. Greetings. I'm Hans Smith, Mayor of Twisp, and I'm joined today by Nick Hirschnow, and I'm Chair of the Twisp Parks and Recreation Commission. We're here to present Twisp's request to secure WWRP funding for a fee simple land purchase of the Mill Hill property adjacent to our town in Okanogan County, Washington. From this intro photo, you can get a perspective on the proximity and visual dominance of the 145.9 acre Mill Hill property as viewed from our new civic building in downtown Twisp. Twisp is a small rural town centered in the remote Methow Valley. Our town is listed as an underserved population because our median household income is much lower than the rest of the state of Washington. We are the service industry town for the tourism-dominated economy of the upper Methow Valley, and we are the largest incorporated town in our remote area with roughly 1,000 year-round residents and growing. Twisp currently has the highest population density in the Methow Valley. This means that trails near to Twisp have the opportunity to more equitably serve the resident population than trails located elsewhere. Twisp also has the highest percentage of full-time residents in the Methow Valley. Our population truly is the working service class of our area. Trails and park amenities in and near Twisp will serve more local residents than those located in other areas. Unfortunately for Twisp, trails and open space access have traditionally been sited away from our population center. By this map, you can see that hardly any public trails exist within a 5-mile radius of town. For Twisp residents, despite living in a beautiful mountainous environment, connective access to trails currently requires driving and commuting outside of our municipal area. And although the Metro Valley is characterized by a high percentage of lands in public ownership, within a mile radius of Twist, less than 10% of the land is in public ownership. Pedestrian access to these and other public lands is mainly blocked by privately owned lands. This is partly the reason why connected trails and accessible trailheads from Twist have not been developed despite the high population density. This land ownership dynamic also means that most of Twist's viewshed ridge lines are privately owned and outside of Twist's permitting jurisdiction. This means that new ridgeline developments can and have been created without local controls to protect our rural aesthetic and ensure future public trail opportunities. Again, for reference, it is important to note the visual domination of the Mill Hill ridgeline to the Twist viewshed. Mill Hill very directly impacts the aesthetics and character of Twist, as you can see in these photos from town. Not only is there no pedestrian access to trails outside of Twist, but within town, trails and open public space are very limited. We do have a small but beautiful 12-acre park at the confluence of the Twist and Methow rivers, and a 9-acre sports complex with ball fields near our municipal airport. But Twist has less than 1 mile of valley bottom trail and 0 miles of ridgeline hiking trails in or near town. In particular, open space and parkland is almost totally lacking on the south and east sides of town, where most future growth is anticipated.
Given all this background information, the Twist Parks and Recreation Commission and the Twist Town Council put together a comprehensive parks and trails plan in 2022 to guide our community in the creation of new trails opportunities, preservation of open space, especially on ridge lines, and the development of new non-motorized connections to other nearby recreation opportunities. In early 2024, this plan was amended to more clearly address the priority and opportunity represented by the Mill Hill property, given the threat that the property was going to get listed for sale on the private market. Which brings us to the actual project scope for our Mill Hill acquisition proposal. The town of Twist is seeking WWRP local parks funding to help us secure title to the 145.9 acre Mill Hill property in order to guarantee permanent public access to existing roads and trails on the property and to protect the open space, viewshed benefits, and associated wildlife habitat. This proposed land acquisition will ensure that Mill Hill Ridgeline is publicly owned and open to all for non-motorized recreation access on existing usable roads and trails without threat of future development and access restrictions. This proposal is a straightforward, fee-simple acquisition transaction. However, it will enable the town to begin to realize the central aspirational vision of our 2022 plan, the development of a network of interconnected trails, public open space, and parkland on the east side of town, integrated with new and old residential developments. Mill Hill, the central keystone unit of this vision, will open the door to other opportunities highlighted in our plan. Directly to the east and contiguous with the Mill Hill property is a 220-acre parcel of DNR land, accessible to the public only through the Mill Hill property. Assuming we are able to secure town ownership of Mill Hill, we hope to then acquire this parcel through the Trust Land Transfer Program. Our intention is to create an additional 2 miles of trail on the DNR land for biking, skiing, and hiking. These new trails are not part of this proposal, but we can't move towards this vision without securing the Mill Hill property first. Part of this east side vision is connectivity and proximity of recreational opportunities with neighborhoods. Slated for development at the base of Mill Hill is a new residential neighborhood of close to 100 homes. Other new and recent developments are also close by. This acquisition also increases Twist's ability to connect future trails to the portion of the Twist Park property on the east side of the Methow River, which, though currently undeveloped, provides a stunning overlook of the Twist River confluence area. These and other opportunities and recommendations are all discussed in our 2022 Comprehensive Parks and Trails Plan.
In 2023, the Mill Hill property was slated for private sales listing as a developable property. There was heightened concern in the community that a new private owner might decide to prohibit public access and develop the ridgeline, as recently happened on an adjacent parcel, where a new vacation house and road now restrict public access to the ridgeline, degrade wildlife habitat, and impact the aesthetic views from town. Thankfully, our local land trust, the Methow Conservancy, recognizing the immediacy of the threat and the lack of any alternative for trails development and open space, was able to secure temporary funding to purchase the property, with the understanding that the town would repay the bridge funding and assume ownership as soon as resources became available. The Mill Hill property is already perfectly suited to become town-owned open space with immediately usable and accessible recreation trails that will more than triple the amount of trail Twist currently has to offer. The property is adjacent to town, new housing developments, and other potential recreational and park amenities. It's within a mile of all Twist residences. The property will not require new large capital improvements to make it usable. Mill Hill already offers stunning views of the town and valley, trails that are easy to maintain, stable terrain, and high-quality wildlife habitat. This means that Twist municipal government can readily handle the new stewardship responsibilities of the property with existing staff and resources. Given its key location directly on the boundary of Twist, a town-managed trail system on Mill Hill will provide an attractive opportunity for hiking, jogging, biking, and skiing for residents and tourists alike, helping further promote tourism and economic vitality in Twist. The ability to advertise and send visitors to a prominent location in town that offers great views, interesting geology, and multimodal trails will do much to increase the desirability of our town to future residents and tourists alike. The acquisition of the Mill Hill property truly offers a unique opportunity for our community. It is a turnkey-ready project that will immediately and permanently establish and protect public trails and critical open space while opening the door to a network of trails and parklands integrated with neighborhoods both new and old. Public engagement regarding town ownership of the property has been extensive. Since the listing of the property for private sale in 2023, the opportunity to purchase Mill Hill has been discussed in Town Council and Parks and Recreation Commission meetings on numerous occasions. The threat of a sale prompted Twist to amend the comprehensive Parks and Recreation Plan through a public hearings process to ensure the plan was clear about the priority for acquiring Mill Hill and its potential for connections to other new recreation opportunities in and around town. As we move forward with updating the plan, the town engaged with community groups to seek support and feedback for the project. The response from the community has been overwhelming in favor of this project. Trails groups, the county commissioners, social service organizations, and the Chamber of Commerce have all provided letters of support because of the obvious benefits Mill Hill will bring to their constituencies and the town and county as a whole. The project is highly dependent on the responsive partnership between Twist and the Methow Conservancy, which is temporarily holding fee title until the town can secure adequate funding to purchase the property. In addition to providing bridge ownership, the Conservancy is committed to providing the required match for a WWRP grant to make this project feasible for the town. The Conservancy is also offering to provide technical and in-kind support for land stewardship activities to ensure that Mill Hill is maintained as an open space and recreational asset for Twist. The total cost for this acquisition is estimated at $790,600, and the Methow Conservancy is prepared to provide the required $238,000 match to make the project work. As noted, they are also able and willing to provide technical support for fence maintenance and weed management for the property in the first few years of Twist ownership, and to help bring volunteers to do seasonal trail maintenance on the property. Twist will also use its public works staff and volunteers to erect signage and maintain trails. Thank you for hearing about our proposal for this Mill Hill acquisition project. We appreciate your time and are eager to answer any questions you have about this great public acquisition opportunity.
Great, thank you very much. All right, committee, any questions, clarifications needed? Roxanne, go ahead.
So this isn't something you purchased on waiver. The Conservancy purchased it, and basically you're going to buy it from them at the reduced amount, which is the RCO grant?
Yes, we will have to produce an appraisal and to determine fair market value. And then, they will donate a portion to make the match work. So whatever that math works out to on the grant, we have a 30% match requirement. They'll donate that portion of the value of the land to the town and not require payment for that portion to make the grant match.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, they basically buy and hold and just become the seller. So yeah, Twist would still need an appraisal to establish value. Genevieve, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understood the DNR property that's shown like on this slide, actually to the east of Mill Hill, that's currently not accessible to the public?
That is correct. There is no access to that currently, and DNR had sought to actually surplus that probably about 6 years ago, and contacted the town if we were interested in acquiring it through that trust program, land exchange. And at the time, we didn't have a way to access it, so we weren't able to take it on in Twist ownership. But if we own Mill Hill, then we have direct both trail and town-owned property access directly into that DNR land. And we'd like to see that become town-owned property, because DNR will surplus that, and it could go into private ownership if we don't move on it, in the next few years.
Gotcha. Thank you.
That would be a nice addition to this piece here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely.
together they make part of this big vision that we're talking about. And then there's a couple other little pieces. I didn't discuss them all because of time. They kind of lay it out for a really great big open space for our little town.
Yeah.
I do want to clarify, the purple trail on the DNR land does not currently exist. So we would need to construct that component, but on the Mill Hill property, those trails and roads currently exist.
Gotcha. Okay. We'll definitely stay in touch with DNR. I don't know the details of their sort of surplus process, but they have one. So, and I'm not sure if it's trust land or not, but they'll be different. Anyway, just keep in touch with them.
Yep.
All right. Other clarifications needed? Genevieve, you got something else?
Sorry, I have another one. And thinking about trail development on this site, do you have any partnerships with trail building organizations like WTA, or I know you said the Land Conservancy itself was going to help with some stewardship activities, but
yeah, we have a couple of local trail organizations. There's Methow Trails, there's the Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance, and then our Trails Collaborative, and they're all very interested in helping develop a trail plan for the property if it comes into Twist ownership. The existing trails, are already there on Mill Hill, and we don't know yet if we want to put more trails up there or not. They're quite usable. The road is usable for bikes currently, and the green trails are hiking trails, and so it supports multiple types of use currently. And there are some steep hillsides, so we may want to add additional trails in the future, but really we'd be looking to expand the trail network onto that DNR land and having a good public access route onto that DNR land from Mill Hill to even further expand the trails. And that's where we really want to bring those trails groups in to support that work.
Gotcha. Thank you. And that blue pedestrian trail on there that says easement, is that in town ownership?
Yeah, that is a dedicated public easement. So that's private land from the highway to the boundary of the Mill Hill property. And there is a pedestrian easement granted to the Conservancy, which will transfer to the town if we acquire the Mill Hill property on that path. And that is a road that leads to the road that goes up Mill Hill. And then the red area there that says desired future parking, that is, there's actually town right away there that we will develop parking stalls along the roadway that people can park at as a trailhead and then walk through that private land on the easement to get onto the Mill Hill property.
Perfect. Thank you for explaining that.
Yep.
All right, anything else from the committee? Looks like we're good to go. Well, thanks to you both for joining us and presenting. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We look forward to hearing from you guys. Thank you very much.
All righty. Bye-bye.
Good one. Bye.
All right, brings us to the last one of the day, last one of the week from Vader. Welcome, Mayor Shea. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you very much.
You see your title slide okay? Can you see that okay on your screen?
I see you on my screen.
Well, I should be sharing. There. I'll stop share and then I'll start it again to see if that resets the thing.
There we go.
Okay, good. All right. Well, I'm going to pass you control so you can advance your slides. Go ahead and click on the screen and that should activate it. There we go.
Looks good. Okay.
All right. Whenever you're ready, you can go ahead.
All right. Hello, my name is Joe Shy, and I'm the volunteer mayor of the city of Vader. Today, I'd like to introduce Vader's McMurphy Park project. Vader is located in southwest Washington, 3 miles off of I-5, halfway between Longview and Chehalis. We are a small but growing city with 5 city employees who are mostly part-time. Our all-volunteer mayor, city council, planning committee, and parks board are very active in city affairs and management. McMurphy Park is 13 acres and was donated to the city of Vader in 2002 by Dolores McMurphy. The property and offerings have remained unchanged since its opening in 2007. It offers acres of rolling lawns, easy creek access, and trails with creek views. The goals of this project and the first phase of the eventual 3-phase project will include installation of a septic system, city water connection, a public restroom building with showers, and a small RV camping area. This will add new recreation opportunities to the park, such as limited on-site camping, RV camping, support for larger events, and a new city lodging option. Outside of Vader city limits, parks in the area are separated by many miles. The 2 regional parks with similar offerings and size are Winneloqua Park in Winlock or South County Park in Toledo. Realistically, our families need to travel anywhere between 8 to 20 miles or more for large parks that provide features similar to McMurphy. Most do not offer water access, which McMurphy does. Many users of our parks are not solely Vader residents, meaning our park serves a much larger region than just the city limits of Vader. McMurphy Park is one of 2 developed Vader city parks. Our other park, Worden, is small and hosts an amazing playground and 2 small picnic shelters. McMurphy is the only city-owned space that can accommodate large events like the Vader May Day Festival, car shows, or outdoor music gatherings and wedding events. It's already heavily used, but doesn't have the infrastructure needed to properly serve the users, especially when it comes to restrooms and sanitation. A single park is not enough. The new ongoing developments at Worden made possible by previous RCO grant support has been a great success. Located less than half of Murphy, Worden Park is experiencing high usage on a daily basis. To reduce overcrowding that has already been occurring, public feedback suggests a demand for more space.
Hey, Mayor Shy, hold on just a minute. Can you hear me? I'm having trouble with the audio. I assume you guys are too.
We are. We don't hear him anymore.
Okay. Okay. Hang on. Hold on a minute. I don't know if you can hear me.
Murphy sees high use. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Hold up for just a minute. Your audio was breaking up on our end. If you could turn off your camera, that might help with, often that helps with like the bandwidth. And then we might be able to hear you a little better. And
Okay, what about now?
yeah, that sounds pretty good, actually. Maybe back up a slide or two.
Okay, I apologize for that.
Start.
We
Oh,
unplugged
no.
every Xbox, turned off the television, turned all the phones off, turned everything off in the house. And it's
Yeah,
still not
no,
enough.
understood.
We've got
No
fiber
worries.
coming later in the year.
That
All right,
happens.
I'm sorry. So slide 9 or even back one more.
Oh, why don't you go back one more? Because I'm not quite sure where.
All right.
Yeah, I think maybe right there. Yeah.
Okay. I have no idea. All right. A single park is not enough. The new ongoing developments at Worden, made possible by previous RCO grant support, has been a great success. Located less than half a mile from McMurphy, Worden Park is experiencing high usage on a daily basis. To reduce overcrowding that has already been occurring, public feedback suggests a demand for more space that would better accommodate pets, large gatherings, and festivals and events. Despite its lack of infrastructure, McMurphy sees high use all year long. Daily joggers, dog walkers, a weekly nature school, and various nonprofits events take place, rain or shine. The park is exceptionally busy during the warm weather months and is a dream spot to escape the summer heat. The creek borders the entire western edge of the park, all shaded by trees. Family reunions, weddings, and swimming are constants. The city receives frequent compliments on the park upkeep. We expect the city parks to become even busier. There is historically high growth in the region and in Vader, and the city is doing what it can to be proactive in its offerings for current and future residents. The active housing developments within the city will add 20% more units. The city urban growth area, once annexed, will add 30% more units. There are housing development proposals that could double the size of the city. Both the city parks master plan and city comprehensive plan list McMurphy upgrades as a city priority. The Vader community, when compared to state averages, has distinct challenges. Vader's population is below the state median income by $14,600, has a 6% higher disability rate, a 1.18 higher body mass index, and higher mortality rate by 10.3 years. We frequently receive public input about parks on-site and in meetings. In 2019, a community survey was sent out. Feedback specifically directed at McMurphy Park was instrumental in creating this 3-phase development project. At the top of the public list, marked by the green dots, improvements or additions to bathrooms, camping, drinking water, parking, and security were high on the list. These are all the items of focus in this Phase 1 application. The park entrance leads to a one-way loop gravel road. The park is considered primitive. The only utility is electricity at a security shed used for cameras. There are no water or sewer services. 3 portable bathrooms are in the heavy use areas near the creek. There are picnic tables and standing barbecues. A walking trail on the north end of the park provides creek views. No official designated parking areas exist, with visitors parking randomly on the grass. The toilets are small, uncomfortable, fill fast, and need frequent and costly pumping during the summer. Visitors often resort to relieving themselves in wooded areas around the creek as an alternative, or leaving the park prematurely. We have 3 official picnic areas with 6 tables and 3 barbecue grills. Our Parks Board continues to expand on trail offerings. There are no marked or designated parking areas. Vehicles usually park on the adjacent grass spaces near the loop road. This limits use to drier months. It has also created an issue with driving and parking in the trees, field picnic areas, and sometimes even the creek. Fire hazards created by hot vehicles on the grass is also a concern. We anticipate 3 phases to the future development of McMurphy Park. Each phase is intended to be its own complete project, designed to enhance the phase that came before it. The park has a natural slope from the road down to the creek. This natural topography is integrated into the final park layout. Facilities requiring septic will be on the upper elevation at grade with the city road. Phase 1, circled in green, includes a small RV area with hookups that would allow for a permanent security host and a large restroom with showers. Phase 2, circled in yellow, includes a large event pavilion overlooking the creek, 2 small playground areas, and a smaller restroom closer to the creek. Phase 3, circled in purple, construct an amphitheater at the base of the hill with expanded paved parking throughout the park. The first phase we are focusing on with this application includes installing a septic system connecting to city water, installing a large restroom with showers, and constructing a small RV area. Not only would these items bring new recreation opportunities to the park and Vader, but they would address a variety of concerns of the public and city officials. Proper restrooms with on-site sanitation, drinking water, park security utilizing a park host, the start of establishing parking, and revenue generation to offset new costs and upkeep and promoting tourism. This first phase of development will meet basic community and park use needs. The septic, bathroom, and RV areas will all be located near the entrance to the park in the uppermost elevation. City water is available at the road. For this project, it was tested and meets the design needs of the proposed facilities in both water pressure and flow rate. A septic system would be installed, as city sewer is not within reasonable distance now or in the future city plans. These will address sanitation and drinking water needs. A precast concrete bathroom structure is proposed that will be low maintenance and long lasting. There are 2 separate public restrooms and 4 individual shower stalls. This building design inherently addresses issues with accessibility, comfort, and cleanliness concerns. In efforts to address park security issues and revenue generating to offset new costs and upkeep and needs of camping, a small RV camping area is proposed. One site will be designed with full hookups for the on-site security park host. The other 4 short-term RV sites will have water and power only. The sites will be large and pull-through in style for safety and user convenience. As a security and vandalism deterrent, finally having a park host will address those concerns. The revenue generated from renting the other 4 sites to short-term campers at just 17% utilization will pay for the anticipated increased park operating and maintenance costs. The park is 30 feet higher in elevation at the road than at the creek level. This creates the upper zone and lower zones as discussed. These developments can be made in a way that are both sensitive and complementary to the natural surroundings. The RV and bathroom area will be located on the far upper end of the park, not intruding on the park setting and beautiful views into the creek area below. When selecting our facility locations for this property, we have taken into consideration any shoreline boundary restrictions and have flexibility to adjust improvement locations as needed. The items in the comprehensive budget are a combination of actual quoted prices and calculated costs by our building and permitting staff. The largest part of the project's cost is the restroom building, which is a direct manufacturer quote and includes all install and utility hookup. The second largest expense is the combined activities surrounding excavation, land grading, and materials for the development of the RV campground, parking, road, and other general site prep. This is an item by item and quantity breakdown of all materials, including rock, landscape, fabric, plumbing, and electrical. Once fund construction start immediately when cultural resources work in the summer of 2025. These proposed new developments were obvious improvements to the park. With the heavy use the park already sees, bathroom facilities, drinking water, and security improvement needs aren't debatable. These amenities are a public expectation and not optional. Local involvement and continued input is an absolute must. The Parks Board holds monthly open public meetings, both in person and online, and includes announcements in the city newsletters, papers, and businesses. As part of the City Parks and Rec Master Plan, open houses and both online and paper surveys were conducted in order to solicit the widest possible feedback. Through the open houses and surveys, significant data was gathered, and this public input was instrumental and directly impacted the final design. While soliciting community feedback on the park system, the city did its best to hear from all residents despite their challenges. Surveys were not only online, but paper copies were provided throughout the city to capture input from those without an online presence. These were in public places around the city, and information was included in all residents' utility bills. The City Parks Board developed and presented the park design and estimates for McMurphy to City Council and received wonderful feedback. They supported and approved the plan for McMurphy. We continue to have a strong and supportive community. All city, volunteer, community clubs, and local church groups are excited to see the new improvements. In fact, 2 times in 2023, we had different Scout youth who choose to complete their Eagle projects within the work, and the nature school kids picking up trash. Community members, the Lions Club, and local church groups regularly donate time and money, showing their passion for the city parks. The goals of the park design are also sustainable. The park is designed around the natural topography of the land instead of changing it. On-site security will reduce vandalism and other vehicular mischief, like driving in the creek. Formal parking will keep vehicles away from the creek and off grass, limiting fire exposure. On-site septic removes the mobile bathroom pumping needs, Creating and encouraging local park use both removes traffic congestion and promoting healthy lifestyles. Design of the new structure is inherently low maintenance and fire resistant. Finally, RV site rentals will generate revenue to offset city expenses. An RV dump station located outside the park, but within the city, is being planned, which will add even more revenue to the city parks system. Vader is low-income community, both in resident income and the city government small budget. Low cost and high value are always key. Similar to previously completed projects in the city, this is volunteer-led, with volunteer labor in conjunction with city staff resources already on hand. Project management will be handled by volunteers. Highly qualified city staff will do much of the construction. While not calculated, savings of hundreds of thousands of dollars are likely in this project phase alone because of this arrangement. And thank you for your time. Final look at the 3 phases that we'd like to see in the future.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Questions from the committee or any clarifications needed? Silvana, go ahead.
Did you have a slide on sustainability?
I did. I think what happened is I double tapped and I
okay.
scoped the slide, but I didn't have it up.
Okay, great. Can we leave it here for just a moment so I can review it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
No problem. Genevieve, go ahead, and then Jill.
Yeah, I was just wondering what the total acreage of the property is.
McMurphy Park is 13 acres.
13 acres. Okay. And then my second question was, I know on one of the surveys, picnic shelters ranked pretty high. Is that in this phase or is that a different phase?
It is not. That will be in the second phase. Yeah, we're envisioning a fairly large structure in the $200,000 range when we go to do it. It's something like a 30 by 60 structure, so to house larger events. So it wasn't really only so much we can bite off at once.
Yeah.
Give people a place to go to the bathroom first, and then we'll worry about a place for them to have a party.
Thank you.
That makes good sense. Go ahead, Jill, and then Roxanne.
Hi, thanks for your presentation. I wondered on this slide was how you prioritized camping. Looks like when specific to McMurphy Park, there was some other things on there. So I just wondered, was this for the revenue generation for camping, or maybe you can.
So it kind of went hand in hand with the security. So getting security down there requires someone to be there 24/7. I mean, I could speak to you for minutes about the different security issues we have down there. I just got a phone call from the deputy a little bit ago. We need someone down there. And so if someone's going to be down there, that's generally someone that's a park host. And so that the security, if you see in there, security is pretty high on the list of things in that survey there. And so if you combine the survey, the security along with the camping needs, and then of course offset with revenue generating, it kind of all adds up to be a pretty high need combined.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
Thanks. I thought I saw another hand, but maybe not.
Mine was the same observation and question, and you had the rationale later on, but there are some elements ranked pretty high that are in later phases or aren't in the master plan, though I understand you can't do everything and you have to be able to sustain what you do offer.
Yeah, hopefully we try to put together a phased approach that makes sense. Obviously, like you said, you can't get everything at once, and so you need to kind of start with the basics and then work your way up.
Good. Other questions or any clarifications needed on this project? All right, seeing none, I think we're good. Mayor Shai, thank you so much for joining us and presenting.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Sorry about the technical difficulties. We'll build some better internet next year.
Oh, yeah, no worries. Don't worry about it.
All right, have a good
All
one.
right, take care. All right, everybody, that brings us to the end of local parks evaluations in our Washington Wildlife and Recreation program. This week we had 4 full days of projects, 64 in total. We very much appreciate our advisory committee being here all day, 4 days in a row, hanging out, watching these projects, and doing the heavy lifting of scoring everything. So thank you so much. We should have preliminary ranked lists in a little over a week, and we'll share them with the advisory committee first and then get them posted to our website in a couple of weeks. So that's it. If committee members and staff want to hang out, we can have our wrap-up discussion, but thank you.